Oh, I see, okay.
Hier, kijk.
But were we able to
Je hebt
connect
de
that?
groene lijntjes bewegen. Check whether
Where do I put it? And is it okay? This one's dangerously close. Is that okay? If I talk, what? Okay, look. Keep going. Keep going. Did it not work on this computer?
I can't get this computer to go on the
All right. Everybody need binoculars.
Okay, our next speaker of the day is James Middleton, University College London, who will be talking about investigating pseudo-ABA patterns of syncretism in the pronominal domain.
So there is a handout. We're having problems with the focus on the screen. So I can't do anything about improving what's up there. Everything that's on the screen is in the handout, but it's easier to watch. This is really awkward because I've designed it to work on the screen and not on the handout. The handout's there for you to look at and to flip back and forth. And so hopefully this will work. So I need to apologize for one thing. So I started writing this talk about 2 weeks ago, and I couldn't find my abstract for the talk, and I thought that's fine. I remember what I'd written in the abstract, so I produced the talk that's up here and that's on the handout. And then I came to Brussels, and on Saturday I found that I could download my abstract from the website, and it's a completely different talk. So if we're lucky, that up there is enough for me to give you an idea of what I was going to talk about. It is related to this talk. They're not completely different. But I'm going to give you this talk because that's what I've actually prepared, and that's what I can then show you something. So what we're going to look at is pseudo-ABA patterns of syncretism. First, I'm going to aim to... So the idea is to try to give you a problem and then to show you that there's a solution that works. So first, I will introduce the domain of inquiry, and I'll show you the pseudo-ABA patterns that I'm interested in. Then I'm going to show you that a null allomorphy account isn't going to work. And then I will show you a solution. This is a sort of DM solution, and it's exponents that spell out multiple nodes in a tree, so it's spanning. And then I'm going to show you that nanosyntax will give us the same result. So this isn't, as far as I can tell, this isn't a domain where we can distinguish between nanosyntax and distributed morphology. And then I'll conclude. So I've got a survey. It's very odd trying to talk here and look there, sorry. So there's a survey of 80 languages which I did for my PhD thesis. And it covers 12 language families and one isolate. And I used this to conclude the following. So if we have a pronoun is a free variable. It's just a terminal node with some feature p at the bottom of it. If we have a diaphor, that's a bound variable or a long distance reflexive, then you build on top of the pronoun, you build an extra node and you put a feature d. And if you want an anaphor, that's a locally bound variable, you build another node on top of the tree, you put some feature a on top of it, and that gives you the anaphor. I'm not going to defend this structure here. If you want to ask me about it, I can send you all of the relevant data and details, but I've defended this elsewhere, so I'm just going to take this structure as read. Okay, so if you want an example of what this looks like, this is Peranakan Javanese. It's spoken in Semarang. I think it's a city in Java, East Java. If you have a pronoun in Peranakan Javanese, it's just dahin. If you have a diaphor, it's a wake dehin. And then if you have the anaphor, it's a wake dehin dehewe. So that's just to give you an idea of what this kind of structure looks like. I represent this in these kind of paradigm boxes. So the pronoun is down here at the bottom. It's the only bit of the tree, and it's just dehin. The next cell up gives you the diaphor, so it's got 2 morphemes because there's 2 nodes in the tree, and then the top level gives you the 3 morphemes for the anaphor. And as a pattern of syncretism, this is an ABC pattern. So each cell in the tree is each cell in the diagram is different. So they've got shared pieces, but each individual cell is non-identical to any of the others. Okay, so there's 4 other logically possible patterns of syncretism, of which only 3 of them are attested. So if we have an AAA pattern of syncretism, this is Tongan. It doesn't matter whether you have a pronoun, a diaphor, or an anaphor, you're going to get the same pronominal form. You can see this in languages like Samoan. Georgian also has the same thing. If we have AAB, we have English. So if we've got a free variable, we have him or her. It doesn't matter if it's long distance bound, it's still him or her, but as soon as we've got it locally bound, we've got himself or herself. Korean or Turkish is an example of ABB, and that gives you a pronoun and then an identical form for the diaphor and the anaphor. There's no cases in the 80 languages that I looked at, there's no cases of ABA patterns where the pronoun and the anaphor have identical exponents and the diaphor is different. So that's the one that doesn't exist. Okay, so now have a look at this data here. So this should be on your handout, but it's not got the colors. If you have Babanki is spoken in somewhere in Africa, Malayalam is spoken in India, and Yoruba is spoken in Nigeria. And all of these have the same morphological pattern. So you have a pronoun on the lowest level, then you build on top of it and you get a portmanteau for the diaphor. And then on top of that, you've got the morpheme that was the pronoun reappears, and some extra morpheme comes along. So you have this kind of, I've called it a pseudo-ABA pattern. Because you see a morpheme that appears in the pronoun that also appears in the anaphor but doesn't appear in the middle cell. You could come up with a better name. There's nothing hinges on that. And this presents us with a serious problem. So we want to know, how is it possible that we have the exponent down in the bottom row appearing in the pronoun, not appearing in the diaphor, but then reappearing up in the anaphor? Because if we've got in a DM analysis, you have the maximal subset principle, and that's not possible. If this guy in the middle row is some kind of portmanteau, it should always beat the pronoun exponent when it comes to the anaphor. So there's an issue there, and that's the issue that I want to discuss. So one of the things that we could do phonologically null allomorphs. I'm now going to show you how this it will work, but it's going to wildly overgenerate, and that causes its own problems. So if we take Yoruba, and we have a pronoun, you just need the one rule of exponents, which is P goes to Ray, and then you spell it out and you've got Ray. If we build the D on top of it and we make a diaphor, we need 2 rules of exponents. So the P is expelled by a null allomorph, and D is exponed by un, and so you get the diaphor. And then we can have the anaphor structure. So you need 3 rules of exponents here. The D becomes silent, it's a null allomorph in the context of the anaphor. P then magically reappears because it's only silent in the context of a diaphor on its own, not in the context of an anaphor. And then A is spelled out by ara, and so we get ara ray. So we can definitely generate the data that we want to generate with null allomorphy. But now let's consider what happens if we replace the exponent for A with a null exponent. So we have the pronoun, that's spelled out as Ray, that's fine, same as before. The diaphor is spelled out as un, exactly the same as before, no big deal there. But suddenly we have the anaphor, and this time the anaphor has got the D being spelled out by a null allomorph, and A being spelled out by a null exponent, and P is being spelled out as Ray, and suddenly we've generated a true ABA pattern of syncretism. So this basically massively overgenerates, because you can actually generate all of the logically possible patterns of syncretism with this system. These are all of the logically possible patterns of syncretism. So to read these, you're looking at the pronoun at the bottom is exponed by something X. you can either expone it by a portmanteau, that's y, or you can expone d and x separately, and then you get yd, that's the middle column of the middle set of paradigms there. And then logically, there's 12 possibilities for the anaphor, and then at the top, these are the rules of exponents that you would need for the AAA, ABB, and AAB patterns of syncretism. So this up here, that's 17 logically possible patterns. Only 8 of them are actually attested in the sample of 80 languages that I looked at. That's just an example of all of them. If you want to see the full complement, send me an email and I'll send you all of the data. It's like 50 odd pages, so enjoy that. So in conclusion, we can conclude that an allomorphy account is far too permissive. So we want some kind of alternative explanation. And I'm going to propose that the solution to the problem is exponents that spell out structurally adjacent nodes. So have a look at these exponents. Again, I'm sticking to Yoruba because it's consistent throughout the thing, but this will apply for Babanki and Malayalam at the same time. So if we have just P will spell out as Ray according to the rule of exponents at the top of the list. If we build the diaphor, then the portmanteau of un is going to kick in. It's going to overrule P by the exponent for P by the maximal subset principle, and we get un. And then if we build on top and we make the anaphor, the two exponents, Ray and Ara, combine together to spell out all 3 of the features that are in our tree. So that's, by the maximal subset principle, that's going to spell out more of the stuff in the tree than any other combination of exponents. So we can now see here that this cannot generate any kind of ABA, true ABA patterns of syncretism. So if we have P, it's going to spell out as A according to the rule at the top on the left. These are just arbitrary labels coming in now. If we have the diaphor, it's going to spell out as B. That's the second rule on the left. And then if we have the anaphor, A could spell out on its own and just we get C, and the consequence is that the anaphor is going to spell out as CB. ABCB is a pseudo-ABA pattern of syncretism, but it's not a true ABA pattern of syncretism. Alternatively, A could spell out as a portmanteau with D. If that's the case, then the anaphor will spell out as CA. So it's ABCA. Again, we have a pseudo-ABA pattern of syncretism, but we don't have a true ABA pattern of syncretism. And finally, the A could spell out as a portmanteau with D and P, and then the anaphor is going to spell out just as C on its own. So we're going to have an ABC pattern of syncretism. So there's no way under this system to generate true ABA patterns. That's what we want because they don't exist as far as I can tell in my language sample. So going back to the 17 logically possible patterns of syncretism, this method of spelling out exponents allows us to spell out 11 different paradigms. Of the 11 different paradigms that are out there, 8 of them are attested in the pronominal domain according to my language sample. So that leaves us with ABC2, ABC6, and ABC12. I don't have any attested data in the pronominal domain, but if we look elsewhere, we can actually find this data. So if we start with ABC2, and we go to everybody's favorite adjectival tree, and we just need English. This is really straightforward. So you have tall, you have taller in the comparative, and you have tallest in the superlative. And interestingly, these morphemes match up exactly to ABC2. So we have a consistent root, tall, throughout the whole paradigm. There's a single exponent for the comparative and a single exponent for the superlative up there in the top, which you might be able to see as in green. Then we look at ABC6, so we need to move to the verbal domain. This is data is coming from Beata Moscow's PhD thesis. In the 2 examples I'm going to give you, I have tracked down the original source. So I'm not going to give you the whole oomph of data that I had a look at. I'm just going to give you the bit that's relevant. But if you want more, send me an email. So this is English data. And we have give in the present tense. So I'm just going to assume in the present tense is just unmarked. give in the imperfect, and then we have the give in the witness past. And again, we get exactly the right pattern of morphological elements. So we have the root, which is lu, and then there's the imperfect marker ora, and then the whole give witness past is spelled out by the portmanteau ala. Finally, we have ABC 12. Again, we're looking at the verbal tree. This time we're looking at Georgian data. I think the data from the grammar that I got this from, or that Beata got this from and that I tracked down, is something like a page and a half of data about this stuff. So it took a while to go through it, but I'm pretty sure this analysis is going to work, pending other data appearing. So here we have portmanteaus all the way through. So tell in the imperfect, which is the unmarked form, is just UBN. If it's in the perfective, then it's TXAR. I don't know how to pronounce these words, so I'm not going to try. And then if you have tell in the future tense, then you get TQV as the whole portmanteau for the entire tree. So the conclusion here is that an analysis that includes exponents for adjacent nodes generates the problematic pseudo-ABA patterns in Babanki, Malayalam, and Yoruba. It cannot generate true ABA patterns, and so this analysis is better than the null allomorphy account that I presented earlier. It might not be the best analysis. I don't want to say it's anywhere near the best. I just want to say that it's better than null allomorphy, and I'm open to there being better analyses out there. So now I'm just going to have a look at nanosyntax. How long have I got? 10 minutes, cool. So the most important thing that I want to say here is just that nanosyntax can deal with this data in more or less a similar way. But there's nothing, I don't think there's anything controversial about this. So the really obvious difference between nanosyntax and distributed morphology is that nanosyntax has the minimal superset principle and DM has the maximal subset principle. So if we take, these are the first 5 logically possible patterns. In DM, X spells out P, and there's no exponent for DNA. In nanosyntax, X spells out the entire tree, and because that's the only exponent, it will subsequently spell out the smaller trees as well. These are the rules of exponents that you need for the other 4. I'm not going to go through them, but you can check them. And they're sort of similarly inverse to the DM exponents. Nanosyntax allows us to generate 12 of the ABC patterns. Fortunately, they're the same 6 of the 12. Fortunately, they're the same 6 that were generated by the distributed morphology account, and the vocabulary items are identical. So there's ABC1, ABC2, and ABC6, and 9, 10, and 12. Pretty sure that's all in your handout, so I'm not going to go over it, but you can check it. I do want to draw your attention to ABC9. So this, you may recognize, but maybe not, is the exact pseudo-ABA pattern that we just saw in Yoruba, Babanki, and Malayalam. And this is where nanosyntax will differ from DM. So these were the exponents that I proposed will generate this pattern. So if we have P, in nanosyntax you don't just spell it out, you spell it out when you merge with something else. So P merges with D, and D triggers spell out of P. And by the first rule of exponents, that spells out as X. This tree then merges with A, and A triggers spell out of D and X. And by the second rule of exponents, P and D spell out together as Y, and there's some kind of overwrite principle that allows X to transform into Y. Y then, A and Y then merge with case, and then we bump into a bit of a problem because the exponent that spells out A includes D but does not include P. So you can't do a complete overwrite because you then have to go, well, what's left of the rest of what was in the original tree that's spelled out by Y? So this is the backtracking that caused chaos yesterday. I'm not an expert on nanosyntax. Luckily, the room is full of people who know about nanosyntax. So if I've got this as a not brilliant explanation. Hopefully they can correct me and sort it out. But this is my understanding of how backtracking works. And obviously, Guido and Karen are here, so the experts are right here. So we backtrack, we undo one layer, we undo another layer, we keep undoing, we undo again, and then we undo right to the point where we can start building the tree again, and this time we don't do any kind of spell out. So it's basically some form of suspended spell out that says the exponents are quite complicated and I need to wait till later to see which ones I'm actually going to insert. So you build the anaphor then merges with case, and then case is allowed to trigger the spell out of A, D, and P. And now we come to exactly the same conclusion that happened with DM. The two exponents that maximally spell out, or in nanosyntax's case, the minimal superset of exponents that spell out the features is going to be Z and X. So we get the same result, it's just a different way of getting there. Okay, so the conclusion of this section is simply that nanosyntax achieves the same results as the proposed DM analysis that I put up there with respect to patterns of syncretism. For anyone who's interested in teasing apart the theories, I don't think patterns of syncretism, certainly not as I've looked at it, is the place to look at teasing apart these two theories. When I wrote this talk, I thought that patterns of suppletion might be a place to look, but yesterday when I was flicking through the slides, I realized that what you probably want to look at is something more complicated. And unfortunately, this is the talk that I was supposed to be giving, according to my abstract. And the domain where I think you might be able to see a difference between the two theories is if you try to understand how explaining pseudo-ABA patterns of syncretism and explaining variable exponents. This comes up in a paper by Andrew Nevins and Jeff Parrott in 2010. And if you've got a language where both of these things are going on, you've got pseudo-ABA patterns and you have variable exponents, then I know that DM can account for it if we assume the proposal I've put up here. I don't know how nanosyntax would deal with it. So that's where I would sort of, if you want to know about the differences between these two theories, that might be an avenue for future research. Okay, so in conclusion, I have presented a problem for morphological analyses, that's pseudo-ABA patterns of syncretism. I propose that a solution to the problem is exponents that spell out structurally adjacent nodes. I showed that nanosyntax can account for the same set of data. And that's the end of the talk.
Questions?
Could you be extremely explicit on how you derive the insertion at 7?
At 7?
Example 7. The first line is a solution, and then Besen Arabic.
This one here?
Yeah, so you're saying I'm doing distributed morphology, okay? But you're doing phrasal spell out, right?
Yes.
And so you're not making explicit on whose algorithms you're following, etc. And then you say for RRA, well, this is a maximal subset.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to see this, but you have to be explicit on why we're not getting. Why it überhaupt works like it works. Why are we allowed to take an entire chunk of a tree into account?
For example, I wonder, so if I may follow up, so I was wondering about similar things. So for example, why doesn't one get un in this case? Right?
Yeah.
So for example, un would be a maximum subset of the tree DDA.
Well, it would spell out that bit, but it wouldn't exponent A.
But exactly, in which order is what going on according to which rules?
So you're spelling out the whole chunk, so when case merges in, then you get to spell out all of this. And at that point, you've got 3, so you can see all 3 of the features that you need to spell out. And so you look at the exponents that will give you some kind of, that will spell out some of those, and you pick the set of exponents that spells out the most number of features that you've got available.
But if we're going to allow competition between sets of vocabulary items,
Mm-hmm.
with vocabulary items,
Yeah.
isn't that opening Pandora's box then?
I mean, I tried to do it where the more nanosyntax way is where you spell out each node at each time, but that then lets in rampant, you can get all of the different logically possible patterns of syncretism because of variable impoverishment. So this is the only way I can get the data that I found in the sample set. So I'm kind of driven by, here's some data, what theory explains the data, rather than going, I've got some principles, let's see what I can get with the principles. So I've kind of, I guess I've done it backwards. I've taken the data and I'm only saying this because it works. I'm not saying it because it necessarily fits to principles, depending on what principles you care about. I think there are quite a few people who do say there is a domain and there are certain nodes which aren't cyclic nodes and therefore don't trigger spell out.
Yeah.
So within the world, I'm not intimately acquainted with every single DM analysis on this, but I'm pretty sure this is consistent with, for example, Beata Moscow's work, and I think, but I'm not certain, with David Embig's.
It's just, I would like to see more explicit. Do you need head movement to get it? What would in locality, if there were interveners, etc.? You're being very vague about your exact algorithm.
Well, I mean,
So it's very, very difficult to exactly falsify what you're saying.
well, I mean, I can't have head movement if I don't need it. There's no evidence of stuff moving around.
Yeah, but give me the rules according to which insertion works, and then I can tell whether you need head movement, yes or no, right? You see, I'm sorry, I'm being the devil.
No, it's fine, it's fine. I mean, I don't assume head movement unless there's evidence for head movement, and I haven't seen any reason to start moving stuff around. So I'm reluctant to put head movement out there for no reason. I don't know about any intervening nodes. So again, this domain seems to be, like in the 80 languages I've looked at, I haven't seen anything that comes in unexpectedly. You get P, which is basically 5 features. You get some extra morpheme that says, make me a bound variable, and then some extra morpheme that comes in and says, make me locally bound. There doesn't seem to be anything fitting in.
It would be interesting to write this down exactly, because you're saying I'm doing DM, but this is quite...
Yeah, I mean, but there's lots of people who do different versions of DM.
Yeah, but
It's not.
contribution could be very explicit on your alternative.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have basically like one comment,
Mhm.
which is, I think that the patterns that you're looking at are very similar to actually what Bobaj finds in his book for some patterns of comparative formation.
Yep.
So there is this Bulgarian case where he defines basically the same pseudo-ABA type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you could maybe link it to that. And actually I have a follow-up on Mareka's question, because I think that within DM, as far as I understand, there is a kind of a tendency not to compare various possibilities for spelling out a particular node, right? I think that when you look at like Embig Maran's papers on what they call the poser blocking,
Mm-hmm.
right? Their idea is that you crucially do not want to do is to compare different spellouts, different ways of spelling out analytically and syntactically a particular node. Right? And the reason why that's problematic is not because you're not comparing the spellouts of a particular node,
Mm-hmm.
but you're comparing the spellout of a particular node versus the spellout of possible lower nodes. Right? And that's
Right.
where their idea is that it's getting complex, and that's where I think that Mareka's question comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Because like it is, when you have a PDA, for example, your lexical entry for
Mm-hmm.
is a subset of a node that
Yeah.
contains PDA, and we crucially want to block it, and I guess the only way to do it is to compare multiple possible ways of spelling out a structure, not necessarily a node. And I think that that's where the possibilities actually, just to calculate the possibilities.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to face this problem anywhere. So if you do fusion, you've got the cyclic problem of, look ahead and all of that issue. And I mean, you guys in doing nanosyntax, you have this weird issue of overwrite. And that sort of really isn't that pretty either. So in that sense, when you're comparing all the...
It's very different.
But I mean,
What he's talking about is you have to compare multiple subparts of a big thing, because we never do that. We always have a simple local
sure.
principle.
But I mean, none of the solutions that are available are particularly, like, they're all elegant in their own way, and none of them is uniquely elegant above and over everything else. Okay.
They make empirical predictions, and fusion is simply head movement, right? It's not like we can just move anything to anywhere. We know when we want head movement and when not.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want head movement for no reason.
No, that's
So
fine. I welcome
I'm-
your alternative view. That's fine.
I mean, all I'm saying is there's no evidence for me that there's head movement in this particular domain. So that's why I'm not putting it out there. I have no issue with other people proposing it where it's necessary. But here I don't. None of the data has said heads move. But I also subscribe to the view that you get flexible branching. So this is like very anti. The paper is Arbels and Naillerman 2012, I think, and so I don't go for the linear correspondence stuff. So that might negate the need for head movement here. I don't know whether it does elsewhere.
Yeah, methodological question. So you have 17 possible, theoretically possible syncretism patterns, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in your sample you found 8.
Yeah.
Your theory generates 11.
Mhm.
And then so you look for those 3 others that were generated but not attested in your sample in other domains. But did you also look for the 6 others in other domains?
So I went through the data in Beata Moskel's thesis because she basically looks at the verbal domain and then she looks at the pronominal domain where it's the pronoun and then number and then case. All of the data that she had, and I don't remember how many languages, but it's a decent sample, they either conform to one of the attested patterns in the pronominal domain or to one of those other 3. So the 6 that this analysis doesn't generate, I haven't found any elsewhere. I just went through what data was available to me rather than, I mean, I don't know where I'd start looking. That was what was there.
Can we have a look at the Georgian data again?
Is that forwards or backwards?
I think it's forwards, maybe? I'm just, but I went by the past, I wanted to see if there was sort of double exponents in there. No, okay. Yeah, never mind. I just wondered if the different roots also were suffixed with the regular suffixes for those features. So I have a general question for this approach or for nanosyntax about cases where you have multiple exponents of the same node that you would treat with secondary exponents in a sort of a Neuer style world. But you couldn't do that in this view of things. But this isn't a case of it, so never mind.
Okay.
Any further questions? No. Thank you.
I mean, that's... Thank you very much. It's not mine. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right. I'd forgotten about this. There you go. Thanks. Yeah, I just want to wipe this off.
Who's starting? Who's
I'm
starting?
starting.
Can you
Where? I put it here. Put it there?
yeah, put it here for you?
Yes, it is 26.
I don't know. Is it on? I think so.
Yes, it's on.
It's on, okay.
The next speakers are Vasilios Spyropoulos, of Kapodistrian University in Athens, Georgios Makopoulos, and third name Antti Devikiadou. And they'll be talking about allomorphy in Greek verbal inflection as a result of phonological computation.
Right. Hello, everybody. This is part of broader research on Greek verb morphology that we three have been engaged in the last years, and some parts of it has been published in a themed volume of the Linguistic Review. One of our editors is here, Noam. And so we will present the main gist of this kind of analysis together with some refinements of the original data and some additional cases. So, Greek morphology in general is mostly concatenative, but it also exhibits a great, substantial degree of root allomorphy, which mainly manifests aspect in combination with voice, sometimes tense, and also in many cases root nominalizations. So it's a matter of, you know, real pervasive effect. Now, the interesting thing is that these root alternations exhibit a substantial degree of similarity, both in their phonological form, but also in the way they interact with the normal suffixal exponents of the relevant functional categories. And in this paper today, we will try to show you that the emergence of this kind of systematic root alternations in Greek verb inflection is not random, but it is a result of a covert phonological conditioning. And in this way, we'll try to draw your attention to the fact that this kind of allomorphy is gradient in the sense that it reflects the strength of the root vocabulary item, as this will be defined in respect with the strength of the phonological segment of the root exponent. So the fewer the stronger the exponent, the stronger the exponent, the fewer the alternations that you have in its phonological content. This one illustrates the basic patterns that we will be dealing with today. 1A is an instance of vowel alternation, where you see that the vowel changes in the various form. And 1B is an instance of consonantal change or addition. This may come in different forms, but the basic pattern is this one. So in the literature, there are two types of, let's say, two families of analysis to account for this kind of root alternations. The first one involves some kind of listing, so you have different vocabulary item entries for each root, and each its insertion is conditioned by some grammatical environment. Now, the main drawback of this kind of analysis is that they miss this kind of generalization we mentioned before. That is, there are certain, this kind of vocabulary items are very similar in terms of phonology, but also in the way they interact with other segments. The second family of analysis invoke some kind of phonological readjustment. So in that case, what you have is that there is only one vocabulary item for the root, which is somehow phonologically reshaped in order to, in a certain morphosyntactic environment by means of a very context-specific rule. So this is exactly the drawback of this kind of analysis. They involve some kind of unrestricted phonological changes which are, devised so as to account for very specific structures. Now, where do we stand with respect to of these two families of analysis? We will share the main assumption of the second type of analysis. That is, you have one single vocabulary item for each root node, for each root node. And then we will try to derive root allomorphy by means of floating and non-floating voice aspect exponents that crucially have segments with varying activity levels, as these are formulated in the theory of gradient harmonic grammar proposed by Smolensky and Goldrick 2016. Now, the crucial thing is that this kind of elements compete with the phonological elements of the root vocabulary item, so that the phonological computation of these elements may yield different outputs and thus gives rise to the root alternations. So, just to familiarize you with the Greek morphosyntactic structure of the verb, verb forms are inflected for voice, aspect, tense, and subject agreement. The morphosyntactic structure proposed is the one given in 2. So you have the root, the verbalizer, voice, aspect, tense, and also agreement. The main features are the ones given in the first bullet. Voice is plus minus passive, aspect plus minus perfective, tense plus minus past, and 3 persons and plus minus plural for the agreement. For the purposes of this paper today, we will just delimit our discussion to minus past forms and the first person singular. Now, another interesting characteristic of Greek verb morphology is that there is a high interaction between voice and aspect. That is, voice and aspect interact in very interact in a very complex ways, so that both of the way they are realized by the exponents, also in the way they condition adjacent terminal nodes. So we propose that what we've got here is a kind of post-syntactically fusion, that is, voice and aspect fuse into a single node, terminal node, with an unordered set of features relevant to voice and aspect. Now, just a spoiler alert for if, I don't know whether we have the time to go through, but because it's at the time, it's at the end of our talk, we prefer fusion to spanning because if you go back to our structure here, there is, in Greek, there are examples where the aspect may condition root and root insertion there without taking care of voice. So you have perfective and imperfective root allomorphs that are both that do not involve voice alternation. So you have a kind of a crossing effect, violate locality. Now, this is the regular inflection pattern. And this is a pattern where you see that you don't have, you have the normal suffixes for the perfective, which is the su for the perfective active and the thu for the perfective passive. And you don't also have root alternations. You may notice that there is some phonological reshaping of the last consonant of the root as well as of the passive perfective exponent, but this is due to systematic phonological rules, that is voice assimilation and manner dissimilation. So this is not a kind of root allomorphy here. So to conclude with, regular inflection has suffixal realization of the voice aspect node and no root alternations. And to illustrate the structure, this is the case, this is the imperfective active form, where you see, in fact, that the voice aspect node has not been realized at all. Or it has been realized by the null exponent. Whereas if you move to the relevant perfective forms, you see that now you have the su suffix there, and in the passive perfective, you have the thu suffix there. So, Now, besides these regular patterns, you have what traditionally called irregular patterns, and these patterns involve what is what we're interested in today, that is root allomorphy. The first pattern is what is called consonantal alternations or consonantal addition deletion. So in this case, what you see is that the allomorphy applies uniformly at targeting only the imperfective forms, and it does so by adding a coronal consonant appearing at the right edge of the root vocabulary item, which is either the tu or the nu in these examples. A much more complex pattern is the one given in 11, which illustrates what is called vowel alternation. So if you have a look at the table at 11, you see that there is a different vowel appearing in perfective and imperfective forms. In particular, you may notice that in imperfective forms, there is this characteristic e vowel, which changes into the vowel a or e in the perfective forms, right? Another thing you may notice here is that there seems to be some relation holding between the availability of this kind of allomorphy and the suffixal exponents. So you see that in examples 11a, b, and c, you cannot add the active perfective suffix su, but you can add the passive perfective suffix thu. And whereas in 11d, you have the opposite thing. You may add the perfective suffix su, and you cannot add the passive perfective suffix thu. So there seems to be some kind of gradients here. You have a pattern which is not unique in a way that 11a exhibits allomorphy only in imperfective and active perfective forms. 11b to c, it's less weak. I mean, it's stronger in the sense that we have allomorphy only in imperfective forms, and 11d does better in the way you have allomorphy only in passive perfective forms. So we would like to propose, and this is what Yorgos will do after my turn, that the extent of the allomorphy may be seen as revealing the strength of the root vocabulary item. That is, that we draw a distinction between what is called strong and weak vocabulary items for the root. Just a point here, this is not a kind of a diacritic on the root itself, it's a kind of the phonological shape, it's a matter of the phonological shape of the vocabulary item of the exponent. So, if you have a strong root vocabulary item, then this would be immune to any alternation of its phonological content. If it's not strong, then this will allow for certain phonological realizations. So, to conclude my part, allomorphy is a kind of is a way of manifesting voice aspect terminal nodes. It emerges only in weak root vocabulary items, and the extent to which it applies exhibits some kind of gradients. That is, it varies from one weak root vocabulary item to another.
Okay, so in order to account for the patterns Vasilis has talked about, we employ Smoleski and Goldrich's notion of gradient symbolic representations. Basically, the idea is that certain phonological elements are not fully active, but instead they have a partial degree of presence in the underlying structure. And this degree of presence is formalized by means of a numerical value called activity level. In a sense, activity level encodes the relative phonological strength of an element. So assuming that strong elements have an activity level equal to 1, then weak elements may be defined as those that have an activity level lower than 1. But what does it mean for an element to be strong or to have activity level 1? As we will see later, it means that its realization comes for free. And therefore, it is unlikely that such an element will be ever deleted. On the other hand, weak elements with activity level lower than 1 entail a certain computational cost for the grammar, and therefore they are prone to deletion. And specifically, the higher the activity level, the higher the chances of a weak element to be pronounced. Under this assumption, weak root vocabulary items, or root VIs, are those that include an element with an activity level lower than 1. Now, this definition gives us 3 categories of root VIs. Strong root VIs that comprise exclusively strong elements. Weak V root VIs where the rightmost vowel has an activity level lower than 1 and is targeted by allomorphy. And weak C root VIs where it is the rightmost consonant that has an activity level lower than 1 and is targeted by allomorphy. So let's see how this analysis applies to our data. So on the one hand, we have root VIs like graph, which could be considered to be strong given that all their segments, and crucially the segments at their right edge, appear everywhere, appear in any environment. Therefore, we take both the rightmost vowel A and the rightmost consonant Fu to have an activity level equal to 1. On the other hand, we have weak C root VIs, where the rightmost consonant surfaces only in imperfective forms, and therefore it is assigned an activity level value lower than 1. Furthermore, for reasons that will become clear in a minute, we assume that this consonant is also unspecified for place features. So, for instance, the root VI that appears in A actually consists of the segments kalip and a consonant specified as minus voiced, minus continuant, and bearing the activity level value 0.7. The picture is more complex in vowel alternations because here it is not clear what the underlying vowel of the root VI is. However, if we take into account other environments, such as derived nouns like stalsimo, gdarsimo, sirsimo, and vreximo, we may conclude that the underlying vowel in 14a and b is a, stal, gdar. In 14c is e, sir, and in 14d, e, vrech. Now, given that these vowels do not appear in all environments, they have an activity level lower than 1. But what exactly is their activity level value? Well, it seems that here we have some sort of gradients. So, A in stal appears only in one environment. E and A in sir and gdar appear in 2 environments each. And E in vrech appears in 3 environments. So to capture these gradients, we use the numerical values 0.1 for stal, 0.6 for sir and gdar, and 0.8 for vrech. So to wrap up so far, the table in 15 summarizes in the white cells the environments where we have regular voice aspect exponents, and in the yellow cells, the environments where we get allomorphic patterns. And as you can see, there are also some gray cells where we get neither a regular exponent nor an allomorphic pattern. So the question that arises is, which are the exponents in the yellow and in the gray cells? To begin with minus perfective, in weak C root VIs, for example, kalipto, kaliptome, psachno, psachnome, we assume that minus perfective is realized by a floating coronal feature that attaches to the closest weak consonant. And depending on the featural specification of this consonant, it may surface as thu in kalipto or as nu in psachno. In weak V root VIs, it seems that the minus perfective exponent consists of 2 different parts, a vocalic part and a consonantal part, E and Nu. So following Tromer 2011, we maintain that these 2 parts have different linearization specifications. E is floating and attaches to the closest V slot, whereas Nu is non-floating and is suffixed to the root VI. So for instance, the attachment of the exponent n to the root vi CIR here in 20 yields the linearized output CR. And the complete underlying representation of the exponent is given in 21. Note here that both A and nu bear an activity level value 0.6, and that the exponent combines only with weak V root VIs. Now our next case is the realization of minus passive plus perfective. Now here, as shown in 22, strong root VIs and weak C root VIs do not pose any problem because they only combine with the regular exponent SU. However, the patterns are less straightforward in weak V root VIs, where apart from the consonantal exponent SU, we also get a vocalic element that may either change the underlying vowel of the root VI to E, as in still from stal, or leave the underlying vowel unaltered, as in sir and gdar. So therefore, we postulate two different exponents. A consonantal exponent su, which is suffixed to the root VI and has an activity level 0.7, and a floating vowel that is specified only as plus high and has an activity level value 0.4. Now, what constitutes an important aspect in our analysis is that we take both exponents to be inserted into the voice aspect node during vocabulary insertion. And this happens because the two exponents have exactly the same featural specification, as illustrated here in 23. So for instance, if we have a weak root VI like vrech, minus passive plus perfective is realized by both the vocalic and the consonantal exponent, yielding the linearized output you can see here in 25D. And finally, let's take a brief look at the realization of plus passive plus perfective. So here, all root VIs combine with the regular exponent thu, with the exception of weak V root VIs like vrech, where instead the vowel of the root VI changes to a. So like we did earlier, we posit two different exponents, a suffixal thu and a floating a. But what changes here is that the distribution between the exponents is phonologically conditioned. So as you can see in 27, a combines only with weak V root VIs that end in an obstruent, whereas thu emerges elsewhere. So on the one hand, in the environment of minus passive plus perfective, both the competing exponents are inserted, and the selection between the two is left to be decided by phonology. Whereas in the environment of plus passive plus perfective, the selection is already determined during vocabulary insertion. So the table in 30 summarizes the outputs of voice aspect realization we have assumed so far. What is worth noting here is that in many instances we have adjacent weak segments that compete for realization. So the decision as to which of these segments will be pronounced and which will be silenced is in the hands of the phonological component. But how exactly does this work? How does the phonological component decide for the fate of these segments? To model phonological computation, we adopt the framework of gradient harmonic grammar, which employs gradient symbolic representations like the ones we saw earlier, evaluated by a system of weighted constraints. A basic premise of the framework is that an element is only pronounced if it has or reaches an activity level equal to 1. This means two things. First, Weak elements with inherent activity level lower than 1 need to be provided with extra activity. And second, elements with an activity level higher than one are penalized for their excessive activity. So both kinds of elements entail a computational cost for the grammar, and therefore they are to be avoided. Now, as you can see in 31, the framework includes constraints like the ones used also in optimality theory models. So, for instance, we have a depth constraint that militates against epenthesis, and a max constraint that bans deletion. Thank you. But what is different in harmonic models like gradient harmonic grammar is that instead of being ranked, the constraints bear a specific weight value that determine their importance for the evaluation process. But what is sharply different here is the calculation of the violation of these constraints, which takes into account the activity level of the involved segments. So for instance, if we have in the input a weak element like the vowel A here with an activity level 0.6, any output that realizes this segment requires a 0.4 of epenthetic activity, and therefore violates the depth constraint. On the other hand, any output that leaves this segment unpronounced triggers a violation of the max constraint. Now, I will not go into the technical details here as to how exactly the penalty scores are calculated in each case. We can discuss it during the question period. So this is what a gradient harmonic grammar tableau looks like. But instead of boring you with all these numbers, I will try to give you the gist of the analysis in more descriptive terms. So let's take a look at the realization of minus perfective in weak V root VIs. When the vowel of the root VI is very weak, as in 36A, the best option for the phonological grammar is to leave this vowel unpronounced and to realize instead the segments of the exponent, hence STEL. The same applies also to 36B, whereas in 36C, where the vowel of the root VI is stronger, its realization is not that costly anymore. So it is preferred by the phonological grammar. Now, in the environment of minus passive plus perfective, recall that we have two competing exponents, a vocalic one and a consonantal one. So what happens is that when the vowel of the root VI is considerably weak, as in 37A, the most cost-effective option for the phonological grammar is to merge the adjacent vowels into one segment and to leave the consonantal exponent unpronounced, hence still. On the other hand, in 37C, where the vowel of the root VI is slightly weak, there is no point in merging the two vocalic elements because this will yield excessive activity. So the phonology chooses instead to realize the consonantal exponent. So basically what we propose is that in many instances you get in the underlying structure competing exponents or competing segments, and it's up to the phonological grammar to determine which of these elements will be eventually realized. And now Vasilis will compare the proposed analysis with an alternative account.
Right, I think that Yorgos has already persuaded you about the phonological possibility of this kind of root alternations. What I will try to do instead of, let's say, an epilogue, is to make a short to show you that there is also an alternative proposed in the literature about this kind of alternations in Greek, namely Merchant 2015. And what I will try to show you is that this proposal has very serious empirical problems. And these empirical problems are also related to the alternations that we have already attested, we have already seen here. So this is the main analysis. It's a kind of a spanning analysis of root allomorphy to Greek verbal inflection. And the main point of difference with our analysis is that you have different lists of root allomorphs, and they are essentially conditioned by adjacent spans. So what is a span? I think it has already been well discussed these days. It's a set of adjacent terminal nodes that can be either lexicalized by a single vocabulary item or perhaps locally conditioned as an ordered set, the insertion of an allomorph in an adjacent terminal node. So crucially, and this is formulated in the span adjacent hypothesis, the interesting thing about this is that if you have a sequence of nodes like 1, 2, and 3, one can be conditioned by either 2 or the combination of 2 and 3, and cannot be conditioned by 3 to the exclusion of 2. And in fact, this is what it's illustrated in his illustration of the cases of Vrecho, which doesn't have, crucially, the thu exponent for the passive perfective, and it also doesn't have the full scale of alternations. Recall that this is a kind of the verb that exhibits the less kind of alternations. So this is illustrated in these examples. You see that, in a way, that the voice and aspect constitute a part of a span which is adjacent to Vrech, so that it can condition the routine vocabulary insertion in this place. So you have Vrech for the combination of manus perfective plus passive, yeah. But when you have plus perfective plus passive, you have Vrach. Now, crucially, and this is the pattern we have seen today, what you see here is that in verbs like gderno and serno, our famous verbs today, what you get is that you have, let's say, a root allomorph for the imperfective and a root allomorph for the perfective that doesn't care about what what voice is. So somehow aspect determines root allomorphy without taking into consideration the voice between these two elements. And this is illustrated in our structure here. So you see with the colors, the green conditions gdern and the red perfective conditions, the insertion of gdar, no matter what the voice is. So in this way, we believe that the span adjacent hypothesis is falsified by the data of Greek. So this is a kind of a string of violation of span adjacent condition. And things can become even worse, because not only you can have this thing, but you can also lexicalize the voice node by the suffix thu and still have the very nice conditioning by the aspect. And this is illustrated in 41. You have the example of the imperfective. You have gdern here, minus perfective, okay. This is the passive, but crucially, when you go to the perfective forms, plus perfective minus passive is gdar, but also when you have plus perfective and plus passive, it's gdar, and now passive has been also realized by thu. So this is, I think, a very clear case of intervention and locality violation. So to conclude, this is why we believe that fusion is better to spanning, is empirically superior to spanning, and this is why we have adapted fusion in our analysis, in the sense that fusion creates an unordered set of features. You don't care about the order that the voice and aspect has. They are together in a way that they can both condition the vocabulary insertion in the root element. And since I have to stop, there was a last part where we wanted to extend our analysis to some other instances of vocalic alternations, and namely some root allomorph in Icelandic verb inflection, but we can ask us about this in the discussion period. Thank you very much.
So first of all, I'm so glad you did this because every time I read Merchant, I get, like, he has these pages of Greek data and all of it's suppletion for him. And I always have looked at it and said, this can't all be suppletion. And he makes some comment about, well, it must all be suppletion because otherwise we don't have a clear definition of suppletion, so all of it is suppletion. But I was hoping someday somebody very clever would come and make it not suppletion, so thank you. I'm wondering just in particular about these final consonants that get dropped. So if you go to slide 18. So I was just curious, it seems like these final consonants surface whenever what follows them, oh, no, take it back, is a vowel. I guess not.
That's the 10.
Yeah.
Wait, slide 18, okay, that's slide 18 on here, sorry.
Okay.
Slide 17, yes. These final,
Slide 17? No.
it's 17, right. So it looks like those final consonants, the T and the N, surface just in case what follows is a vowel. Is that a correct generalization? I mean, it's on this slide, it's a correct generalization, but I have no idea, obviously, outside.
Well, yes, in terms of the verb thing, but then you can have some kind of nominalizations, let's say calyptra. Well, that's another thing. Yeah, but I think this this can be a coincidence of the fact that what you've got here is that most of the endings are, have a vocalic element, so that I think it's a matter of coincidence of the structure of verb inflection. Do you want to say that there's some kind of allomorphy in terms of? No.
I was just sort of wondering if you could treat this along the lines of French, like petit but petit ami, where you get to realize that like a final floating consonant that's not docked, basically,
Because
just in case there's a...
yeah, I think that the direct noun calyptra is indicative of that you can't do that.
But I think
Because-
it would still work because that would be tra could be part of an onset
But
of
if
the
you-
following syllable.
If you go to the next slide, there's vocalic ones there that don't take the N.
But this is
The
a
vowel
different
consonant.
exponent.
Yeah, that N there I think comes from the suffix, right?
Or you can say that there's something against trisyllabic, triconsonantal clusters in the preceding thing. So you would not get calypso. You don't even need the flow.
But you get calyptra. So
But
But
that's
it's-
a complex onset.
Can words start with tra in Greek?
Yeah.
yes.
Can they start with tsa?
Yeah.
But
Tsa.
then the question is whether, anyway, sa is more marked than tra.
Yeah.
Like, so there might be a phonological explanation.
I just wonder if, so the vowel stuff, I have no idea how to do that in a different way, it's very complex. But I'm just wondering if the consonants you didn't, there might be a way to do it without having weakness and strength of consonants, it would just be a floating consonant that, can be realized only when it can become part of an onset.
Yeah, actually there is a third pattern that we have not included here because it is slightly more complex. So you have a third exponent, coronal exponent, that is realized as z. So there our analysis is that the coronal feature, that is the minus perfective exponent, fuses with this final consonant of the root vi. So it's not always, you cannot always treat these cases as simple cases where you can get phonologically optimizing pattern. So you have to deal with these cases as well. So this is an attempt to unify all the patterns under the postulation of one single exon.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that actually, and I really like the analysis, the part of the analysis where you say that the and in the perspective are all
compete.
and that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
You can have the rebracketing analysis,
Exactly.
the distribution analysis with pruning and all that makes perfect sense. But I'm not sure why you insist on the part in the imperfective, because historically the N and the T are stand-forming suffixes, or they're like the Th and the S in the perfective, right? So they go back to stand-form, and so it would make sense to have these also spelling out a fused aspect, so imperfective aspect and voice, and then you can treat them completely parallel to the Th and the S in the perfective, and I think that gives you the same result, because then you can still do pruning, and you can still derive root allomorphy exactly the way you do it in the perfective. So that part of the analysis, I don't get why do you insist on having the N and the T in 10A and B?
You mean
So
the no?
different from the T and the S in Calypso and Calypso.
Do you mean the nothing? In the nothing for Psachno or for?
Why are these different from the S and the Th? They're in complementary distribution. Historically, they go back to the same kind of markers, and it wouldn't. I don't think it would be negative for your analysis.
No, in fact, what we propose, this is what we propose, that they are in fact in complementary distribution with Su and Thu in terms of imperfective. But the thing is that instead of having different two Nus and incorporating this kind of paradigm there, what we've got is a kind of a consonant which is under-specified, and it creates different results with merging with, when it merges with the last consonant of a given root. I don't know whether I.
So
But
yeah, it is like.
Segmenting it differently, and they're in a different part of the structure, right? They're not. That's not spelling out this fused voice aspect, or maybe I misunderstood that.
So you mean why we have postulated a coronal feature as an exponent and not a segment?
Exactly. Why is that not a spell out of this fused voice aspect?
Yeah.
Because it unifies the three different patterns into one.
So what you get is always a coronal consonant at the end that disappears in the rest in the other environments. So it must be something that realizes imperfective that has to do with the coronal feature. So that's the idea.
Okay, so one thing that I kind of disagree with is your conclusion that fusion is empirically superior to spanning.
With respect to Greek.
Well, maybe it's just an aesthetic choice on my part, but fusion allows you to do something that spanning doesn't allow you to do. Okay?
Yeah.
For me, that's kind of a point in favor of spanning because it means for fusion you can do anything, right? Yeah, you can do a lot more. Yeah, so it's more. It can solve your problem, but that doesn't mean that it's empirically superior.
Well, depending on your data, I mean, because what you've got here is that you know this analysis.
What do you mean when you say empirically superior?
Okay, yeah, I mean.
If something that can do anything is empirically superior, I mean God is empirically superior.
No, not this way, not this way. What we're telling here is that there are certain predictions here. I mean, the spanning hypothesis makes a clear prediction about which element can condition something else, and the fusion operation makes another prediction. Okay, the fusion operation is quite looser in a sense that it makes more predictions. The thing is that we find a situation in Greek which shows that the spanning prediction is falsified. I mean, you have something.
Okay, yeah,
That's the thing. So in that way, we believe that our alternative for fusion is, let's say, better.
I had something
It was. Yeah, yeah.
Actually, on the same point, unsurprisingly. So first, very nice talk. Of course, I hope you're wrong in that particular way. I don't know enough about Greek to recompute it immediately, but one data question about that. So you say aspect conditions the root across voice.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the reverse also? Do you have voice conditioning root across aspect?
No.
So maybe your sequence is the same. Maybe this is inner aspect, which is below.
Well, there's more in the structure there. So the sequence is that you have, let's say, the root. I will give you aspect.
Actually, could you rephrase my question also?
Yeah, yeah.
If you don't get the reverse, why not? Because as Noam just said, you can do anything. So why can't you do that?
Mm-hmm. Let me first illustrate the thing, what is perhaps a problematic aspect of having voice under aspect. It's the thing that you have chance, which can be conditioned by aspect and not by voice. So,
And are we sure we're talking about the same aspect here?
yeah, it's the same time, it's perfective.
The same?
The same thing, yeah. So, for instance, you have, I mean, we didn't include the past forms because they have certain complications with respect to their exponents, because you have some kind of fission there. It's not fission in terms of an operation, but you have multiple exponents. You have suffixal exponents, you have the augment. So the thing is that the full paradigm is that if you have an example like, I think I have the full paradigm for the Gderno thing at the end. Yes. Now, what you see here is that when you go to past perfective, there's this special segment here, ik, which pops up. And this is clearly conditioned by the perfective aspect. I mean, you don't find it in imperfective constructions.
And how is it clearly over voice?
Over voice, because you have verbs like beno, which consist of a root of a single consonant b. This means to enter. And you have beno, and now you can see this n thing there. And when you get to the perfective form for the non-past is bo, but when you get to the perfective for the past is bika. And this is not passive. Yeah, you have to sit down. So there are examples, there are non-passive examples, there are active examples where you have this ik thing.
Yeah, so my general point is that before getting into technology that, as was summarized 5 minutes ago, there's many other things to explore first.
I think, yeah, we can discuss this.
I have to cut it short here, because we do have to sit down to eat. And we will reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
Very good. Also, do you really need this constraint against excessive activity? You need it in order for the vowel to root out the N or something, right? Yeah.
Can you take it up? Yeah, because I have to leave the class.
You can leave things here because we're locking the door again.
Daar ga ik niet meegaan, want ik heb met Ludo afgesproken, die heeft zijn verjaardag. Ja, dan moet ik in geluk even proberen. Ja, natuurlijk. Dat is lang geleden.
Ja, zeg.
Dat is mijn pensioen.
Ja.
Wat is het?
Hoe is het nu?
De indruk dat ik het goed doe. Ja. Er komt nog zo om de presentaties te doen. Allee, die doet nog eigenlijk nog redelijk veel.
Ja, dat is zo iemand bij wie dat ik niet verwachtte dat je pensioen gaat omdat er al zo jong uitziet. Hè?
Ja. Maar ja, het is maar 2 maanden ouder dan ik. Nog niets. Juist een...
Dat is echt fijn.
Nee, dat moet je doen. Hier krijgen we nog zeker.
You're interested in the base form or on this one? The Prussian one. But it's not really. But this one is secondary. Viprosi. If I have a Viprosi, it would be Viprosi. That's
Guido, maar ik ben laat. Dat hebben we afgesproken. Dit moet ook hier. Kijk, dit hier aan Jeroen. Moet je dit afzetten?
So I mean the heat is gone.
Yes, that was the thing.
Now? Is it doing anything?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Okay, we are ready to start the next section. No.
Yeah.
So the next speaker is Laura Krestenbergen, talking about voice allomorphy and voice synthesis in classical and modern Greek passives.
Thank you. Yeah, apparently classical got updated to ancient Greek passives. And I'm mostly actually going to talk about ancient Greek passives. And I'm very happy that we've already seen quite a lot of modern Greek passives. And we've already heard a lot about spanning and about Merchant's approach to spanning. So really, all that's left for me to do is to bring ancient Greek into the picture. And that's what we're going to do. So the starting point for this is the ongoing debate on locality conditions on allomorphy in distributed morphology. We've already heard in the previous talk of some recent approaches to this. Crucially, root or stem allomorphy in modern Greek has been argued to be evidence both for and against spanning, right? So Merchant 2015 has argued that it's evidence for spanning, and Christopoulos and Petrosino. And now also Spiropoulos, Markopoulos, and Revisiado have argued against that. So 1A and B shows you the two competing approaches to the modern Greek passive. And so many of the problems that or the questions that we have in modern Greek also pertain to ancient Greek. So what I want to do is to look at this problem from the perspective of ancient Greek, because obviously adding a dead language to the mix is going to make this all much better. And we're going to look at two different passivization types in ancient Greek and what they tell us about the realization of little v voice and aspect. And I want to propose a uniform exponents of voice in ancient Greek, both in the finite and the non-finite forms. And usually people only look at the finite forms, but I also want to derive the non-finite forms and have a uniform exponents. And we've already seen from modern Greek that this is contested, that voice doesn't seem to have a uniform exponent, at least depending on the approach. And then maybe we can discuss implications for modern Greek, but I'm not going to take a strong stance on modern Greek. So as we've already heard, Merchant 2015 has argued that root allomorphy in modern Greek seems to violate node adjacency as described in 2. So insertion proceeds from the inside out, and contextual allomorphy requires concatenation or linear adjacency, and that means that a head should not be able to trigger allomorphy across an intervening head, and this is seemingly exactly what we see in modern Greek suppletive verbs like in 3, that seem to have 3 different root allomorphs or stem allomorphs if you want, and these are marked in bold, italic, and underlined. This is Merchant's analysis. So we have one in the imperfective and one in the active perfective non-past and past, and the other one in the non-active perfective non-past and past. And the apparent vocabulary insertion rules are given in 3, and crucially 4A and B are problematic because there it seems that the features of aspect trigger allomorphy on the root together with or across the intervening voice head, and this is supposed to be banned by strict node adjacency, assuming the order of functional projections in 5. 6 gives you Merchant's definition of spans. So ordered terminal nodes within an extended projection. Each node is trivially a span. And now, crucially, the spanning insertion hypothesis says a span and only a span can be targeted for vocabulary insertion. And the span adjacency hypothesis says allomorphy is conditioned only by an adjacent span. And Merchant is actually very explicit about how those two, that's unfair. Those two, I can only watch. Okay, so those two have to be kept separate, right? So the whether or not the spanning insertion hypothesis holds for Merchant is independent of whether the span adjacency hypothesis holds, and he's primarily interested in 8. And now we can formalize 4. and say that the allomorphs of the root plus little v are triggered by the span of voice and asp. But this comes at a cost, and I think that hasn't been emphasized so far in this debate. And the cost is that voice is now part of at least 4 different spans. It's spelled out as th, so this is this passive affix that we're going to see in ancient Greek too. In a particular context, it's part of the span root plus little v and voice, and so on. And I've given you actually the trees from his paper in 9, and I've marked where voice is in each of these. And this, of course, is unpleasant because that seems like it's a bit random how voice gets realized, so this isn't ideal. Christopoulos and Petrosino criticize Merchant's account, and they argue that he misses a crucial generalization, namely the verbalizer root allomorphy generalization. If a verbal form shows root allomorphy, the form lacks a verbalizer. They propose rebracketing of the nodes voice and aspect, so similar to what we've heard in the previous talk. And then if little v is 0, it gets pruned, and now this combined head is adjacent to the root and can trigger root allomorphy. And 12 and 13 give you an example of how the spell-out conditions work. But this account also doesn't address the voice morphology on the endings, so they don't say anything about the voice allomorphy that we see on the endings. And oddly enough, in the non-active perfective, we get the active set of endings, and that's a bit weird, that's unexpected. Even if we say, okay, th spells out non-active voice, it's not clear what happens to the endings. And much the same is also going on in ancient Greek, so I thought, okay, ancient Greek could shed light on these issues, and then starting from that, we might have maybe hints for a diachronic pathway of development. So we'll turn to ancient Greek next. So voice in ancient Greek is expressed on the finite verbal endings together with person, number, and tense, and these combine with different verbal stems. So present, aorist, perfect, and future. We're also going to talk about the future and different moods. I'm not going to say much about the augment or the perfect, but for our purposes, it's just important that it works like the other stems. And then we see voice allomorphy, so the endings that combine with these stems are either active or non-active, and this is illustrated in 14 and 15. 14 is the active indicative and non-finite paradigm of Luo, and 15 gives you the corresponding non-active forms. I'm leaving out the dual, the pluperfect, and the imperative, so this isn't the entire paradigm, but they simply because there wasn't space on the page. But we're going to derive all of them, hopefully. So the goal is to give a consistent and uniform analysis of the exponents of little v and voice, and of course, if we look at this, it looks like voice is expressed primarily on the endings. So what does voice do in ancient Greek? Let's start with non-active. Non-active morphology is found in a typologically well-attested range of functions. This has also been studied in detail for modern Greek, for similar languages, languages with a similar voice system like modern Albanian and Hebrew. And 16 illustrates the canonical contexts in which we find non-active morphology in ancient Greek, and conveniently these contexts are very much the same in modern Greek still. So we find non-active morphology in anticausatives, reflexives, and reciprocals, self-benefactives, and in passives. So passive is a canonical syntactic context where we find non-active morphology in ancient Greek. If you turn to the next page, we find another context, another passive context, where it looks like we get an apparent third voice, and that's in the aorist. So here we have something that looks a little bit like voice suppletion. So in the aorist or in the perfective stem, we have a designated suffix that expresses passive. It occurs very close to the root, and it seems to be in complementary distribution with passives that express verbs that express passive through non-active endings. So this looks a little bit like voice suppletion. This is illustrated in 17. So in the aorist, we don't just have 2 forms that alternate, but seemingly 3. We have an active aorist, a middle aorist, and a passive aorist. And just to illustrate the difference between the passive that's expressed in the endings and the passive aorist with the suffix. This is given in 18. And I call these inflectional versus derivational passive simply to be able to distinguish them. Basically, in 18a, the thing that expresses passive is on the endings, and in 18b, it's a designated suffix, and this co-occurs with active morphology. So this is the puzzle. Okay, so to explain this, a little bit of background on voice and little v. For voice and little v, fairly standardly, I think I assume that voice is the projection that introduces the external argument and its theta role, and little v categorizes roots as verbal and determines their spectral semantics. And the distribution of non-active morphology in modern Greek has been argued to conform to the spell-out condition that you see in 19. So non-active voice in Greek is supposed to be the realization of voice, so of this external argument introducing voice head when it has no DP specifier, so when it doesn't actually introduce a DP that saturates the agent theta role. Now, it's been pointed out to me by Jason Merchant and an anonymous reviewer to this conference, who may or may not have been Jason Merchant, that this isn't actually a very good context-sensitive rule. So we have to make it context-sensitive, and we're going to do that by formalizing this as a plus-minus D feature on different types of voice. I'm going to use the typology of voice heads of Schaefer and Alexiadou and others that you see in 20, and crucially for our purposes, we're going to need the ones in bold, the voice heads in bold, so B, C, and D. And these differ in whether or not they introduce an agent theta role semantically and whether or not they introduce a DP that saturates that theta role. So they can vary along two parameters, and that's how Schaefer and Alexiadou and so on derived the cross-linguistic typology of voice, or argue that this derives it. And all of these have a minus D feature. So we're now going to revise the spell-out condition, and we're going to say T, or rather T agar, with particular 5 features and specified for plus or minus past, is going to be realized with the non-active set of endings if it's concatenated with a voice head that has a minus D feature and does not introduce an external argument. And now, so now it's a context-sensitive rule, and now the question is which version of locality applies. And we're going to come back to that in a moment, but crucially, I think if we have this spell-out condition, we can treat active morphology as elsewhere. And I think that's a big advantage, because this means we can derive both the active morphology in transitive, causative, and agentive verbs, both in ancient Greek and modern Greek, and in unaccusative verbs, so activa tantum. And this is in the small class, both in ancient Greek and I think also in modern Greek. There's a distinct class of active unaccusatives, like in 22, that surface with active morphology. That's weird. Why is that? Because these don't have a voice head. So they get active by default, and I think that's one of the advantages of this approach. We can also derive media tantum, so non-alternating, non-active verbs, but I think I'm going to skip that for reasons of time. But this is the basic mechanism, and now we can turn to our passives. So given what we've said so far, we should expect non-active morphology to appear canonically in short and long passives. In ancient Greek, and this is the case. There's an example in 24 from Homer. There are some problems with the demoted agent in ancient Greek that we can talk about in the question period. But in principle, this is what we expect. And we've already said, in addition to passivization via non-active morphology, we also have another strategy that's restricted to the perfective stem. And this is the derivational passive. So now 25 gives you all the forms of the derivational passive, of the passive aorist that I've hidden from you so far. And what's noticeable here is that this suffix that forms the passive aorist, this the suffix or theta eta suffix, is always root adjacent. So this is different from the inflectional passive, and it obligatorily occurs with the active set of endings. Except in the post-Homeric future passive. This is a bit of a problem, and I hope we'll have time to get back to that. And it has an allomorph that's just A, so long A, This becomes obsolete in classical Greek. It's still there in Homer. It mostly forms dative, anticausative, and inchoative verbs. Some verbs in ancient Greek vary between these alternants, so you find both on one and the same root. And these are given in 26. And if you look at the middle column, these are exactly the ones that give you the famous modern Greek aesthetic passives, where we don't see the theta in the passive. So this is also something that an anonymous reviewer pointed out. So here are your modern Greek aesthetic passives. Some of them are already there in Homer, so this is nice. So now we immediately see that the inflectional and the derivational passive cannot have the same type of voice head, because we've tied the allomorphy on the endings to different types of voice heads. And so this means we're going to have different types of voice heads for these two types of passive. And this means that we would expect the two types of passive to behave slightly differently with respect to standard syntactic tests, and this does not seem to be the case. Partially that's due, I think, because due to the problem of determining exactly how demoded agents are expressed in ancient Greek. So this is still part of an ongoing investigation, but 27 at least shows you that passive aorists are also compatible with overt agent adjuncts, just like the inflectional passive that we saw. And 28 summarizes the properties of inflectional and derivational passives based on a preliminary study that I didn't. The status of the demoded agent is still marked with a question mark, so I think this is still an open question. Okay, so now we can cache all these assumptions out. The goal is a uniform exponence of voice across categories, and the assumptions are some version of 25 applies in ancient Greek, so the spell-out condition for non-active morphology, and we have the standard order of functional projections. And now the next assumption is that little v and voice actually form a span in ancient Greek. So these are always realized together, either through fusion, but this I've decided to use a span here because I think that gives us the right result. And I'm analyzing the aorist, present, and perfect stem-forming suffixes, despite their designations as aorist, present, and perfect, as realizations of the span, so of little v and voice. But they can only be licensed in a particular spectral environment, right? So we have to account for this strange connection between little v and aspect that we find in ancient Greek and in many other languages in some way. We could also say that it forms part of this span, but I'm going to argue that this approach makes it easier to have a uniform account of little v and voice. I'm also analyzing the theme vowel as a little v element or adjoint to little v. We've heard yesterday how problematic theme vowels are. They're equally problematic in ancient Greek. There are some arguments for why I'm doing this on the handout in small print, so I'm going to skip these for now, but I think it makes sense to do this for ancient Greek at least. So 31a and b gives you the structures for an active and non-active present. I use the first plural as a citation form because this is where we get the least amount of purely phonological fusion phenomena. And in both cases, the theme vowel spells out little v plus voice. It's licensed in the context of minus perfective aspect, so this is an imperfective or present stem. And then the allomorphy on T agar is decided based on whether or not voice minus D is part of the adjacent span. 32 gives you the partial paradigm of ancient Greek luo. Thank you. Where I've attempted to show you how this works in terms of structure and exponents. And what, so the takeaway here is that the exponents on the endings on T agar is conditioned by the lower span. And it looks like the size of the span can vary because sometimes we have overt modality markers and sometimes we don't, like the subjunctive and the optative. But if we accept this, we get a fairly uniform way of expressing voice morphology on the endings. The passive aorist is a little different. So the ancient Greek passive suffix the or theta eta does not realize voice plus little v in the context of perfective aspect. The arguments are these. It co-occurs with the active endings. It follows now from our account that these have to be the elsewhere endings. because they can't be there because of voice plus D. That would give us an active transitive verb. This is the opposite of what we want. We want to derive a passive verb. The theta eta is in complementary distribution with other little v elements or verbalizers, and even if you prefer to analyze these verbalizers as realizations of aspect, this would not be predicted, this complementary distribution. It's only licensed in a particular spectral environment, just like other verbalizers, but unlike voice morphology, which is in principle compatible with all tense aspect stems. And of course, if structures with theta eta lack voice, then we straightforwardly derive their active morphology elsewhere, just like we did with the activa tantum. And it's also confirmed by the diachrony of this suffix. So 33 shows you some non-passive theta eta aorists from Homer mostly. 34 shows you that this suffix is in complementary distribution with other verbalizers. And 35 gives you the proposed structure. So the spells out little v in the context of perfective aspect. And we get active as default because the spell-out condition for non-active morphology doesn't apply. So what makes this suffix special is that it realizes only little v, and the other verbalizers realize something that includes voice for the most part. Okay, and again, 36 gives you the partial paradigms for the ancient Greek forms for the aorist passive subjunctive, and aorist passive optative, where this works really well. And now we're also going to derive the participles because we don't actually need a lot of additional assumptions. The only additional assumption is that participial suffixes like active nt and non-active men or menos realize aspect when movement to or agreement with a higher functional projection is blocked based on or modifying Embig's account of Latin periphrastic participles that's also been picked up by others. And then the selection of the active and non-active allomorphs of the participial suffixes is conditioned by plus minus d on voice, just like in the finite forms. And this straightforwardly accounts for the morphological and syntactic and semantic parallelism we have between the finite and non-finite forms. They have partially the same structure, and the participles just spell out a lower head in the verbal spine of these things. So they're not concatenated with finite key, basically. So 37 show you the structures of a non-active participle and non-active aorist participle in this case. And 37b shows you a participle of the passive aorist, and we get voice allomorphy or seeming voice allomorphy between active and non-active participles expressed on aspect, depending on whether voice is present and has a plus or minus d feature. And you have the vocabulary items in 38a and b, and as I said, this is strongly based on Embig. Okay, so so what this allows us to do is maintain a consistent realization of little v and voice across finite and non-finite environments, assuming that aspect is 0 in the finite forms. And this is why I didn't want to have aspect as part of this span that spells out little v and voice, because then we would have to have different sizes of spans in the finite and non-finite forms, right? And so we're trying to keep our spans uniform. Okay, I think I have a couple minutes to talk about the, sorry? 5 minutes? But we started, okay, yeah. So very briefly, we can derive all these forms that we saw before, except for the future passive and future optative passive, because here we obligatorily find non-active morphology, and this is not predicted by anything we said so far. It's not predicted by any other account as far as I'm aware. It can't be a property of the future suffix itself, because this can alternate between active and non-active, just like the other stems that we've seen, as you can see in 39a through d. So future itself can alternate, and the by itself should give us obligatory active morphology. That's what we've seen in the aorist passive subjunctive, and aorist passive optative, and it should also hold in the future, but it doesn't. So this isn't predicted, this doesn't fall out from anything else we've seen so far. My preliminary suggestion is that this is actually phonologically conditioned. This only happens when we have the and so the passive and the future suffix adjacent to each other in that particular linear order and with that particular phonological content. So we could have inward sensitive span conditioned allomorphy, which has also been discussed by Ambig. And I think some evidence in favor of this might come from semi-deponents that are also unexpectedly morphologically non-active and relatively productive in Attic Greek. And nicely enough, there may also be corroborating evidence from the Doric future. This is a different ancient Greek dialect. And the Doric future passive actually takes active morphology. So the Doric future passive does exactly what we predict. It takes the obligatory active morphology. So it's just Attic that's weird. So I think in that sense, it's legitimate to have some sort of special explanation for these forms. They're very late and weird, and they don't fall out from anything else. So to conclude very quickly, on the plus side, we so I've tried to present a uniform account with uniform exponents of voice in ancient Greek. And a single and locally restricted environment for the passive suffix the and other verbalizers. And I've argued that we can explain the properties and the distribution of this seeming passive suffix through the behavior of verbal stem-forming suffixes more generally. They're all very low in the structure. They're only licensed in particular aspectual environments and so on. And this would also explain why the has a more limited range of function than the non-active endings, right? So the passive on the endings is part of a range of functions that non-active morphology has, so self-benefactive, reflexive, and so, anti-causative and so on. But the is really only passive and occasionally anti-causative in the older language. So I think this falls out from this. If we accept that aspect is 0 in the finite forms, but realized by participial suffixes, in the non-finite environment, we get the uniform exponents of little v and voice across finite and non-finite environments. And both root allomorphy and voice allomorphy in the endings are conditioned locally if we assume the spanning version of locality. And we've reduced spans somewhat because now at least we have relatively uniform spans, right? We still use this mechanism, but we've restrained it a little bit, and I think spans may also be necessary to account for the behavior of the Attic or Attic Ionic future passive and maybe some of its modal forms. Open issues, the future passive and its participle. But I think any account is going to have problems with those. They're just very weird. And the other open issue is the syntactic behavior of the inflectional versus the derivational passive. I'm now predicting that they should be syntactically slightly different. And I haven't been able to show this yet. And partially, I think that has something to do with the situation of how the demoted agent is expressed in ancient Greek. It has a lot of different, so there's a lot of variation in how it's expressed. So some implications for modern Greek. So assuming the spell-out condition on active and non-active endings that we've proposed is holds for modern Greek, then th in modern Greek should not be analyzed as an exponent of voice minus active or voice minus d. But this obviously creates problems. There are ways of getting around that by assuming a fused node, for example, and assuming that this renders the spell-out condition void. Artemis Alexiadou has proposed that, I think in an unpublished paper. But what's really nice is that what we're doing here, I think, is completely compatible with an upwards reanalysis account of the modern Greek affixes, where the nominal affixes in ancient Greek get reanalyzed as verbalizers, and things that spell out little v in ancient Greek, like the s-aorist and the k-perfect, and maybe also this the suffix, are reanalyzed as aspect markers. And so I think that's also something that falls out of this approach. And for the segmentation problem of th and ik, I've already shown you some evidence that these aesthetic perfective passive forms in modern Greek go back to equivalents in ancient Greek, so maybe we can just segment ik differently than what has been proposed by Merchant and others. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is this really ties in a very interesting way, I think, to what I'm going to say in like 2 hours.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah.
Very interested in what you would think about this and so on, but I'm not going to repeat this. Maybe you can tell me later. But I was just thinking, I'm not going to touch on this very much, but I was thinking whether you consider the possibility that real passive is not really passive, it's active. And that what you're doing really is you have an operator that finds the external argument and we get the effects from that. It's basically you have to assume that you have sort of the sub-event, and the sub-event is active, and the passive marker is binding the external argument, which is what makes it impossible to be realized. And that, to me, was very sort of fascinating that you have this active morphology.
Yeah.
These passive forms, and I'm wondering whether this is. The analysis is actually sort of a little akin to what Baker, Johnson, and Robbins have originally proposed, and that is that you have.
Yeah.
That you somehow suppress the external argument in something that does look like it's got force.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like it's. Yeah, that's a little bit the opposite of what Schaefer proposes, right? So in his case, it's the feature that suppresses the merger of the external argument, and that gets rescued by the biphrase, or gets picked up by the biphrase. And I think what you're saying is it might be the opposite.
Yeah, I think
because
it is
okay, yeah.
It also sort of it says that if there is any voice associated with passive, if it's sensible, there is non-active. To be sure, there is active and non-active.
Yeah.
But passive is really active, not non-active.
Okay.
And, actually, it goes back also to the original
Yeah.
Kratzer.
Yeah, but I'm deriving the active morphology on the endings as elsewhere, and I think that's really one of the advantages of this approach, because it also gives you the unaccusatives, the active unaccusatives, and I don't think that would work then. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, because, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
I have a question about the background assumptions that you have adopted. So you adopt from the current literature by Henrik, etc., that voice morphology marks the absence of the specifier. However, if you look at these works and try to see what they do with biphrases, they say that they merge as agents. However, in Greek, these biphrases do not behave as agents, they behave as arguments because they can bind. But even if we, so this really suggests that these biphrases which are agentive are really merged as arguments, then we would have to assume that they are merged in the specifier of voice, because they do behave as external arguments in terms of binding. But if we exclude modern Greek, in ancient Greek, these phrases which in modern Greek we find with biphrases are dative, can be dative in ancient Greek.
Yeah, can be. They're not all dative. They're dative or genitive.
But then
that's part of the problem.
This is the case that we find in arguments, not in agents. Then we really, these datives do really behave as arguments. So they're
not all datives, though. That's part of the problem in ancient Greek, because there are so many different, so you can use different prepositions. Some of them assign dative, some of them, actually a lot of them assign genitive. Most of the ones that I have, there's the dative of agent that falls out pretty quickly post-Homerically. That's not clear what that is, but yeah, I would say that those are real agents, but that has been contested too. So that's also something that needs more work. The dative of agent only occurs with very specific predicates. So the ancient Greek situation is very messy, but it would be nice to have a stronger generalization and be able to say when exactly do we get what. Yeah. So we talked about the the binding facts. I think that's what you mentioned yesterday. And so I think that's potentially a strong argument, but I'm not convinced that that's stronger than having a uniform explanation where you get one and the same exponent for all these different contexts, right? Because then you have to say something about why passives don't surface with active morphology, which is, I guess what we would predict then. And they don't, at least not in the inflectional passive. So this is why I was kind of trying to avoid the matter of the demoted agent, because that needs more work. And the studies that do exist, there are some studies, but they lump all the different types of passives together, partially even with the verbal adjectives and the participles, and then it becomes very difficult to tease those contexts apart. And then Luragi has argued that it also has something to do with the verb semantics that determines which preposition you pick and so on. So I think we need to do more work on that, or I guess, or we. Mm-hmm.
So also a question about background assumptions. So I'm looking at the appendix.
Yeah.
So just to make sure I'm understanding these vocabulary items right, like in the span, let's say for the very first one, for mine, the value of aspect doesn't matter in the span. Right? Like it could be it could be effective.
Yeah.
So as far as I remember from merchant, you can only be in a span that's conditioning allomorphy if your value is not inert. Like if your value matters.
Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier. Yeah.
Okay,
I think that might be a problem. So the way I understood it was, okay, I may have misunderstood that, but the way I understood it was, it's okay to have different values as long as it's one and the same voice head, one and the same head, but that wouldn't make too much sense, I guess. But
he calls it OTOs, which I definitely had to look up when I first read his paper, but it basically means like inactive. If it's inactive, then it shouldn't be. I think it's based on the values, not based on the existence of the head.
Yeah, I mean the alternative would be to have pruning here, but then so you can just get rid of these empty heads and.
So are they always? That's what I was wondering. Are they always null?
Yeah, I mean I'm saying for the finite aspect it's always null. The problem is that modality intervenes, or it looks like it structurally intervenes between aspect and T-agar, and that's not always overt, right? So that's not always there. So then that becomes a problem. And I didn't want to have both spanning and pruning because that seems like overkill. Nobody wants to do that. That just seems horrible. But yeah, that's a good point.
And is that true also, like the bottom three vocabulary items here, is that voice and ask, are those always also both null? For like O, me, EC, ECT.
Yeah, I mean that depends because I'm saying that the theme vowel and other verbalizers spell out little v and voice. And so I suppose I could get around the problem by saying it always spells out little v, voice, and aspect, and accept that aspect is spelled out differently in the, I mean, that would be a hack, I think, to the problem that you've pointed out. But yeah, those would be my.
Very short.
Very short. Yeah. Well, I'm quite concerned with some facts regarding the theme vowels. I mean, because the so-called theme vowels.
Yeah.
There's a few distribution in this circuit. When you have the E-O, let's say, set, which is clearly an answer situation, and then you have the A, which is past perfected, and this is well established in the whole. Past perfecting. So this is
perfective.
This cuts across the whole paradigm in Greek. You can find it in all moods and even in non-finite forms. So there seems to be a condition by tense.
Yeah. I mean, by the 5 features, it's A in the second and third person, and in the second plural, and so on.
As far as I can see from your analysis, they are too deep down in the structure. I mean, you put them as verbalizers, isn't it?
Yeah, as part of this span. Yeah.
And then the all in with so is in a more phrase and sa.
Yeah, that one is different. That one is difficult because that has to be higher. But so is a problem anyway because it doesn't behave like a verbalizer. But it's too low to be a modal form anyway, right? Because that's supposed to be above T. And so what is that? It's not tense. Yeah.
I mean, my intuition, let's say, they are prima facie tense exponents. I mean, you know, it's too low for them to have them even in the verbalizer place.
The so, the future.
The O and the R without.
I see. Yeah.
So
yeah, but those could be. But those are conditioned by. Those are conditioned by the 5 features. No, but they're conditioned by 5 features on T agar, right? And so.
Yeah, so it's the other together. Let's say.
Yeah, yeah.
And you have this kind
yeah,
of thing.
but I mean, I think linear adjacency would also allow you to do that even in this account, right? Because there's no intervening material.
Yeah, but do you then
and that's phonological insertion.
Tense exponents. I mean, tense, let's say, the exponents.
Yeah, but tense is on the endings anyway, right? Yeah.
Okay, let's thanks
Okay.
again.
Oh. Haha. So you want this, I think.
In the French way. Okay.
Bona.
Bona. In the French way. What do I put down? Like this. And wait. Just want to make sure that it's working. How do you open that?
Where was
And then I just want the with the comments, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I should do something because I have a map. How do you?
I have a map too. I'm not very. Like,
and then whoop, and up.
Up. I don't know.
Where? Can I and then can I move that up?
I have no idea.
Let me just
yeah,
check.
okay.
I can do that. Voila. And then to go, I just go there.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. I don't have.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. Here's the next speaker, Lena Bona.
Yes.
Bona is going to talk about syntactic analysis of mood selection in French and Balkan language.
Okay, thanks. So this is a joint talk with Eric Lander. He's not here, so he says hi. Okay, so in this talk, Eric and I decided to join forces and try to account for mood selection in Balkan and Romance languages using nanosyntactic tools. And so it's quite small, I'm sorry about that. I hope you can read it. But, okay, so the aim of the talk is to discuss the phenomenon of mood selection in embedded clauses, focusing specifically on the distinction between indicative and subjunctive. And while most researchers have lived with the idea that semantics account for meanings and the syntax quite independently accounts for sentence structure, we believe that the two are interconnected in the way linguistic knowledge and linguistic output is built. And so the question of subjunctive and indicative selection is particularly relevant in this respect. It has indeed been claimed by many to be a purely semantic phenomenon in that it involves giving access to alternative words or to non-presupposed contents of various kinds. So while we do integrate the semantic notion of presupposition, as it will become clear in a moment, we also question the role and nature of the complementizers and hence of the selecting verbs. So our proposal is based on recent work on nanosyntax, and given that we assume a lexical decomposition that takes features to be atomic parts of a sentence, whatever surfaces in a sentence, including subjunctive marking, is the product of iterative syntactic operation on submorphemic units. So syntactic selection of subjunctive clause fares along with other syntactic processes, and it is assumed to follow from an ordered set of features. So that's for, okay.
So in this paper, we wish to answer the following questions. How does mood realization work in language? And how do what role do complementizers play in the selection of the subjunctive mood versus indicative in embedded clauses? And we restrict our attention to French and Balkan languages, where by Balkan we mean modern Greek in particular, but also South Slavic, that is Serbian, Croatian, and Bulgarian. So our general claim is that the process of mood selection starts from the same basic underlying syntax cross-linguistically, but realization differs according to available lexical entries. So we will start with the observation that Balkan and French do not realize the subjunctive mood the same way. While French marks it on the verb, Balkan arguably marks it on the complementizer. And we will then discuss our, one influential approach to mood selection, namely Yiannakidou's veridicality approach, and show why it is problematic and how it should be refined. And then we state our claim and give our nanosyntactic analysis and then conclude. So languages vary as to how and where they mark subjunctive and indicative mood. So what are the facts? So whereas French marks the indicative versus subjunctive mood on the verb, as you can see in 1A versus 1B, with the verb be, so indicative and soit subjunctive. Balkan languages use a special so-called complementizer to indicate subjunctive mood, as you can see in 2B, with cel or na being probably a subjunctive of some kind. So there is a long-standing debate on the status of na in the syntactic literature. Is it a mood particle? Is it a complementizer? Is it both? That is a mood head that moves up to C at some point. Well, you will see in a moment where we stand, but we think it's a complementizer, basically. So when it comes to morphology on the embedded verb, while languages differ, most of the time indicative and subjunctive mood morphology are syncretic with one another in French, but certain verbs, like the verb to be and other verbs, retain distinct subjunctive morphology. In modern Greek and Balkan, more generally, subjunctive morphology has been lost altogether and been replaced by what is known as perfective non-past morphology, which encodes tense and aspect but not mood, mood being marked on the complementizer, at least subjunctive mood. So the French strategy of marking subjunctive on the embedded verb is traditionally called verbal mood, and the Balkan strategy of marking subjunctive on the complementizer is called closal mood by lots of authors. Okay, so it is generally accepted that the subjunctive is a dependent mood selected on the verbs which are associated with some special semantic features. The veridicality approach to mood selection is perhaps one of the most influential one on the market nowadays. So Yiannakidou, using modern Greek data, argues that veridicality, as defined here in 3, licenses mood choice. So according to 3, an embedded proposition has to be true for at least one individual, that is the subject of the main verb or the speaker, in all the words of a relevant model. Yiannakidou claims that veridicality triggers the indicative mood in the embedded clause and non-veridicality triggers the subjunctive mood. So the correlation between mood and veridicality applies very well in modern Greek and most of the Balkan languages, as has been shown by a lot of people, like for instance Todorovic 2012, Yiannakidou, and etc. But it fails to apply to Romance's emotive-factive complements, like French, for instance, as has been shown by Quer in '98. Don't start with him, but a lot of many people after him. So in Romance, here illustrated with French, predicates like regret or be happy, etc., unexpectedly trigger the subjunctive mood, as seen here in form, Mirka regrette que Roger ait perdu, even though these predicates are veridical according to Yiannakidou and to the definition we had on the other side. So it appears that Yannakidu's definition of veridicality cannot account for mood distribution cross-linguistically. So to solve this problem in a joint work with Genoveva Puskas, we refine 3 by investigating the notion of some individual as applied to 5 embedding verb classes in French, so verbs of saying with say or dire, epistemic factives like realize or se rappeler, emotive factives like regret, desire verbs like préférer, souhaiter, etc., vouloir, or directive verbs like commander, ordonner, etc., or suggérer. And we kind of redefine Yannakidu's veridicality in terms of subject and speaker, arguing that these predicates can be classified in 3 groups if one takes into account the idea that the truth of the embedded proposition can relate to both the subject and the speaker. In that case, we face strong veridicality. To either the subject or the speaker, in that case, we face relative veridicality, or to none of them, and that's non-veridicality. So keep in mind that verbs can switch from one category to the other, yielding then different meanings, since these verbs can be syncretic. So I extended our findings to Balkan languages, and table 1 here sums up the new classification. So again, verbs can be syncretic in being either strongly veridical or relative veridicals. So here you have Greek thymame, remember, that can be, in our terminology, be either strong veridical or relative veridical. And verbs like comprendre in French can be either strong or relative veridical. So in that sense, we consider them to be syncretic. So the tripartite distinction that we just seen is tracked by different morpheme in C in Balkan, as you can see by the yellow circling here and squares. And it is apparently tracked by subjunctives versus indicative marking on the verb in Romance and French in particular, as you can see in the first table here. So a closer look at these tables reveal that this 3-way distinction still does not provide an orderly way of accounting for mood selection, though. In modern Greek and Bulgarian, veridicality and mood marking appear to be unrelated. The non-veridical verbs can take either indicative or subjunctive complements, splitting the non-veridical group into 2, as you can see in the yellow square here, with oti and na in modern Greek. And even more problematic is French, where strong veridical and some non-veridical verbs, called here non-veridical 1 verbs, selects for indicative complement with relative veridical, and other non-veridical verbs, called here V2 verbs, selects for subjunctive complement, resulting in an ABA violation, as indicated by the shading in table 2. So the tripartition does, however, show promises in terms of complementizer selection, especially by splitting the non-veridical group in 2. So here there is no problematic ABA violation in table 3, so the one on the right to you. That is, veridicality cleanly tracks complementizer selection in French and Balkan. So based on the syncretism patterns highlighted by the veridicality partition, I have argued that the complementizer morpheme has an internal functional sequence, and that the complementizer may lexicalize different side structure from this functional sequence. That's the one we can see in 5, so strong veridical, then relative veridical, non-veridical 1, and non-veridical 2. So the basic complementizer functional sequence is seen here in 5. I will come back to that. Note again that under this analysis, na and its cognates in Balkan languages is considered to be a complementizer of the smallest size with distinct syntactic properties from, say, non-veridical 1 complementizer, that is oti here or she in Bulgarian. So veridicality is not the key to mood choice. So I propose in joint work with Genoveva Puskas to appear, and also by myself on my symbol, So that the key to mood choice lies in the lexical decomposition of the selecting verb. And I show that the distinct semantics of verbs selecting the subjunctive and those selecting the indicative coincides with systematic grammatical differences, advocating for syntactic and semantic decomposition of the verbs in questions. So without going into the details of the analysis, which is not crucial for now here, so let's say that we semantically decompose the embedded verb into primitive features and argue that these features can be shown to be hierarchically organized, as you have in the slide here. And we propose a hierarchy which is based on semantic containment. And crucially, here the key to mood choice seems to be the emotive feature. So the one selecting the subjunctive mood. So with this background in mind, let's now turn to our claim. So we'd like to reconcile the way in which mood is realized with the theory of complementizer selection. And in our view, the apparent ABA in French that you have on the table here is only an illusion. So that is, it's the result of an unduly mixing up two independent processes. On the one hand, the internal structure of complementizers in terms of veridicality, and on the other hand, the selection of embedded mood by certain matrix verb. Taken on its own, then, there is no ABA violation here. So in table 4 here, we see that mood is triggered by the kind of selecting predicate, that is the internal structure of the predicate. And as you can see now, indicative and subjunctive obey the adjacency requirement on syncretism, that is, they do not show any illicit ABA. The problem arises in the observation that a relative veridical complementizer appears to select a subjunctive embedded verb. And it is important to recognize here that veridicality is an at least partially independent variable with different complementizer structures being compatible with different matrix verbs, as you can see here on the table. So the relative veridical complementizer and the NV2 complementizer are compatible with matrix verb taking the subjunctive mood, and the strong veridical complementizer as well as the NV1 complementizer are compatible with verbs taking the indicative mood. So we make two main assumptions in our analysis. First, veridicality is in some sense the core of the sentence, and second, we adopt a peeling approach to selection. So in order in which the main element of the biclausal configuration are generated is not the following. It's where the embedded clause is generated first, then the complementizer, as you can see, in 2, and finally the matrix clause in 3. Instead, we assume that veridicality, that is the stance taken by some individual with respect to the truth of a proposition, is in some sense the core of the sentence. Therefore, we will hypothesize that the complementizer as encoder of veridicality is generated first, as you can see here in 1. And then the next step for our proposals is external merge of the verb with inflectional time layers above, as in 2. And then the next stage of the derivation, the matrix verb is then merged, as in 3. And as discussed above, it is the class of the matrix verb that determines whether the embedded mood is indicative or subjunctive. So at this stage of the derivation, the matrix VP is in a local relation to the embedded verb, as you can see by the circle, the yellow circle here. And we posit that this kind of relation makes it possible for the matrix verb to select some subset of the verbal structure, which here would be a verb with either subjunctive or indicative inflection. Note that this configuration avoids the possibility of intervention by the complementizer. So selection involves movement of the subset of the left of the matrix VP, as sketched here in 4. And this is then followed by remnant movement of the whole remaining chunk, yielding the right word order, namely matrix verb, C, and embedded clause. So in the first step of the derivation, which is given here in abbreviated form, comp is at the very bottom and not in a position to intervene with any movement or extractions. So there should be no issue here when the matrix verb selects the mood of the embedded verb. Later on, after remnant movement of the constituent remaining the matrix verb and the complementizer, comp ends up in between the matrix clause and the embedded clause, which by this time has been merged is arguments. So comp is now in a position to cause intervention effect. Our analysis makes use of the peeling theory to selection as developed by Pavel, among others. So peeling is an instance of regular sub-extraction to only, the only difference being that the stranded material is very small. So this is illustrated here in 2. As is seen here, sub-extracting from a constituent leaves a peel behind. So based on case, Zaha shows that arguments are best generated with a number of case projections on top of them, and they strand this projection when they move up in the tree. So the general idea is that the peel is spelled out as part of other items like verbs, auxiliaries, passive morpheme, etc., by the mechanism of phrasal spellout. So a peel can be spelled out on its own as in applicative constructions, or, as we propose here, as an irrealist subjunctive marker, for instance, in East Slavic, GB, where you spell out the complementizer G, and here you have the mood particle B, and then after movement you get GB for the complementizer with subjunctive meaning. Or the peel can be spelled out with more structure, as in modern Greek, with mood on the complementizer, for instance, here for na, in that sense, in that case. So as touched on above, we assume that the matrix verb, the embedded verb, and the complementizer have each their own functional sequence. Each of these constituents is built in a separate cognitive workspace. Those constituents are then brought together into the shared workspace of the full sentence. Note that the complex embedded VP is built with its inflectional time layers, where subj here means subjunctive and yields subjunctive morphology, and prop stands for proposition. It can yield indicative morphology. So as far as the order prop subj is, the order prop before subj is concerned, we assume that the indicative clause are propositional with subjunctive clause, while subjunctive clause aren't. And we refer to work by Manzini and Savoia and on Romance, or Rousseau's work on modern Greek, for ideas about indicative clause being bigger somewhat than subjunctive. That is, they involve what they call the propositional operator. So to illustrate, we start with a relative veridical verb, what is also called sometimes, normally an emotive-active verb, like regret, for instance. That was deemed problematic for any theory using veridicality as a key to mood choice. So in 12, Jean regrette que Marie vienne. So first, the complex morpheme, relative veridical complementizer, is built in its own workspace and then merged in the clausal functional sequence, as is shown on the right side of the slide. Next, the complex embedded verb is built with its inflectional time layers and merged with the relative veridical complementizer. And finally, the matrix verb is built and merged on the top of the clause. So as we have seen earlier, it is the class of matrix verb that determines whether the embedded mood is indicative or subjunctive. So here, regret is an emotive-active matrix verb, which at this stage of the derivation is in a local relation to the embedded verb. We posit that this relation makes it possible for the matrix verb to select some subset of the full verbal structure, that is in this case a verb with subjunctive inflection, and moves it to the left of the matrix VP. So once again, the complementizer does not intervene since here it's at the bottom, still at the bottom. So importantly, removing the subjunctive structure then leaves behind a complementless prop. So the prop pil is spelled out as part of the complementizer. Que, that is the structure of que stored in the lexicon, must include prop here. So we assume that regrette que, that the structure or the constituent regrette que, then moves up later to give the correct word order. And you get regrette que vienne. Note that que corresponds to the prop pil and the veridicality functional sequence starting at RV and not SV here. In other words, the prop pil and the smaller subset of the veridicality functional sequence. And this is allowed if we follow the revised superset principle of Guido, which says that a lexical entry L made features of L are a superset of the features dominated by Sn. So this, so for our purpose here, it allows for the lexical structure of que to map, at least in principle, onto all of the following syntactic structures that you find here. So we indicate that the complementizer zone can shrink while still keeping the prop pil in place on the top. And this is a kind of shrinking in the middle. So it's not only in cases with the prop pil that the que entry can be used. That is, not only when a subjunctive verb is selected. Que can also be spelled out if an indicative verb has been selected or moved to the left of the matrix VP, as in 13. So the sentence is Jean sait que Marie vient. Jean knows that Marie come. Indicative. So the example here shows an epistemic verb selecting an indicative verb and a strongly veridical complementizer. So the lexical entry for que here can still, by the superset principle, spell out the leftover structure here as que. That is to say, the lexical structure with the pil in here is still a superset of the structure SV, RV, NV1, and NV2, and C, or any subset of the structure. In other words, que is spelled out whether indicative or subjunctive has been selected by the matrix verb. So the structure of a strongly veridical complementizer is spelled out by the lexical entry for que, since the syntactic structure straightforwardly corresponds to the lexical structure of que minus the prop pil here. Here we provide another example of a verb of saying, which takes a non-veridical complementizer and selects indicative verbs in the embedded clause. That's what you have in 14. Jean dit que Marie vient. Jean says that Marie leaves, plus indicative. And since an indicative verb is selected, the full verbal structure is extracted, leaving no pil. And the syntactic structure of the non-veridical complementizer is once again a straightforward subset of the lexical structure. So when the indicative is selected, we face the regular shrinking a la classic superset principle, as opposed to the kind of shrinking in the middle required when subjunctive is selected. Turning now to Greek and Balkan more generally, well, it turns out that our analysis of French has some interesting consequences for the subjunctive non-veridical NV2 C complementizer particle modern Greek na. So first of all, these kinds of complements are not propositional and thus not expected to build all the way up to prop. Rather, the structure stops at subj here. And second, recall that the embedded verb does not display a morphological subjunctive, but rather a perfective non-past morphology. So for our purposes, the PNP corresponds to aspect and V here in this slide. And crucially, once this part has been extracted from the embedded verbal structure, we are left with a pil made up of subj and T. Thus, the lexical entry for now is the one which is given on the top of the slide. Now, zeroing on the C zone, note that the lexical entry of na contains only NV2 and C and not a larger set of veridicality feature, as it is the case for French que. So the higher veridicality features are instead spelled out in modern Greek by pu and oti. Embedded verbs under POO and OT cannot take PNP, but instead show indicative morphology. Well, kind of. So the peel in the lexical entry for na, which is simply what is left over after a perfective non-pass verb has been sub-extracted, sheds light on another property. Indeed, the lexical entry for na here accounts for two major properties of na, namely that it is usually taken as a marker of subjunctive, and although that it is a particle found in control constructions, a syncretism which is actually widespread in Balkan languages. Furthermore, contrary to na clauses, POO and OT clauses are propositional. Thus, we can assume that POO and OT, that for POO and OT, that the full prop structure has been extracted in this context, leaving no peel behind. So the lack of peels in the lexical entries here then encodes the fact that a larger verbal structure, namely indicative requiring prop in our analysis, occurs under POO and OT. And the bigger peel in the lexical structure of na, on the other hand, encodes the fact that a smaller verbal structure, that is the PNP, basically just a species of aspectual marking, occurs under na. And further prediction that we have is since prop is not stored in the entry for POO and OT, the features responsible for indicative mood ends up on the embedded verb in POO and OT clauses. But this prediction cannot be checked, however, since indicative is not morphologically overt in modern Greek, so no dedicated indicative mood marking is observed on the complementizer or the verb. So recall that French versus Balkan mood selection on the regret type of verbs. So in our analysis, the French and the modern Greek structures are basically the same. So in French, you sub-extract sub-sp. And in modern Greek, you take the whole prop p, but the same features are there. They just spell out differently. So the difference is the selector which decides what gets extracted, and that's the matrix verb. So the question is, why do emotive verbs in French select subjunctive, but in modern Greek they select indicative? This is still a problem that we have. Well, it's not a problem, but we just don't know yet, because we don't know exactly how selection works, exactly at least. So we just know that the matrix verb is in charge. But the nice thing is that even though we don't know how the selection works, there are two syntactically acceptable options, that is sub-extraction or movement of the entire constituent, that end up spelling out the same features but in different ways. So the explanation for subjunctive versus indicative works quite well. Well, if we are comfortable enough to say that the French subjunctive is actually hidden indicative, because prop is still there, not embedded after sub-extraction. So Balkan and French are the same, featurely speaking. The variation is down to the difference in what gets extracted and then how the lexical entries deal with the structure. And then there is a conclusion, but I think we can stop here.
The way you put the main verb and the embedded verb together is a bit reminiscent of Keynes' analysis of complementizers. Right? But the difference is that he puts the complementizer on top rather than below. And so I'm wondering if you've considered that as a possible option. It would give you the more, let's say, normal way of starting a clause from the thematic domain. And well, I would be able to compute how the spell out would work, but you would get the same pieces.
Okay, nice. Yeah. No, no, we didn't. We forgot. Well, maybe it was stored somewhere, but no, indeed. Thanks.
If I understood the analysis correctly, it seems to me that the embedding predicate is selecting the clause, and then the verb clause, and then the complementizer is further embedded. But then this analysis is missing an important generalization to Greek, which is that the complementizer is sensitive to grammatical properties of the embedding predicate. For instance, tools can only combine with stated predicates,
So an analysis like one that Jeroen proposed is compatible with this. You can merge who in the matrix clause, say that who selects a state predicate, and it is compatible with your assumptions as well, in the sense that the embedding predicate selects a pair clause. And of course, the movement steps that you have to derive the word order right are similar to the ones that you have to do in a Kenyan analysis, and this also derives a number of distributional facts about
yeah, maybe. I had no idea about this stative thing. Okay, interesting. This is interesting.
Yeah,
actually.
It's clarification than a question.
Yeah.
You seem to suppose that all these credit subjects are non-propositional. Because we do
with now?
complements with now,
okay,
which are
yeah.
fully propositional.
Okay.
For instance, the verbs of perception take a subjunctive complement.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, this is not only propositional, it's also factual. This is you cannot
which one? Which verb?
Perceptual verbs. Like, I see him coming. Though this he coming, it's with subjunctive, and in fact, you cannot even deny. You cannot say, I saw him coming, but he didn't come. So it's not only the only class, it's with perceptual verbs, with verbs like we call, let's say, a spectral, like begin, continue.
Yeah, but what kind of morphology do you have on the embedded verb in this case? What kind of morphology do you have on the embedded verb? Is it PNP or? Because
For instance, with the beginning verbs, you can only have the imperfective.
Yeah. So you don't have PNP.
Yeah, but PNP is not subjunctive.
Well, but it's related to subjunctive, right? Apparently, it tends to be. Okay.
So
Yeah. But I mean, generally, when you have na and PNP, it looks like a Romance type of subjunctive.
Yeah, but.
So then you have to distinguish whether you have lots of nas. I don't know.
Because in general, the subjunctive paradigm in Greek doesn't differentiate between perfective and imperfective. You can have now with perfective, imperfective, even past and non-past.
Yeah, but then you have to check whether you have a true subjunctive or some kind of a control constructions or different stuff, right? I think there is a dissertation on that for Balkan, at least, that came in Geneva some years ago. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and you still have this junction with the two subjects. Okay.
The strategy you come at to solve the sort of selectional problem by merging the C first reminded me of Ben Burning's emphatic rejection of the DP hypothesis. And I wondered if you might enjoy looking at that problem from that point of view. You have a strong selection between the verb as a nominal projection, but the DP is in the way. So Ben says there can't be a DP because the verb has to specify what kind of noun it gets. But if the core of the DP is referentiality, as you say verticality is for the clause, then you could merge your D first, then merge your noun and have the verbs like the noun and then figure everything around. Anyway, just remind me it's the same kind of problem.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
No other question? So we can move on to the next speaker. Thanks again.
How do you? Poof. Done.
Thanks.
Oh yeah. Forgot that.
Don't say nasty things. They will be there forever.
It's not recorded, right?
Yeah, no.
Do you mind to use this? Yes, I don't know how.
Can I put it
Okay,
here?
okay, sure.
And maybe you have a pocket for this, so can you put it in your pocket?
Ah, okay.
Or, yeah. Yes.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, we move with the next speaker, Tran Pham from Vietnam National University, talking about Vietnamese interrogative, negative syncretism, and beyond.
Thank you. So everyone has the handout? This is there. Yeah, there's a handout. So it's oh, it's gone.
It's okay.
Oh. Okay, so yeah, so the phenomenon today I would like to talk about is that in Vietnamese, the same form is used for negative and interrogative. And the tool that I use to crack this syncretism is my nanosyntax hammer. Okay, so it's up to you to judge if this is truly a nail or just my illusion. Okay, so the data in one. Anh ấy có đến không? So any one of you knows Vietnamese? Great. So you have to blindly trust me. So in 1A, in Vietnamese, anh ấy có đến không? So he yes come no to mean that did he come? Or in 1B, anh ấy đã đến chưa? He has come not yet to mean has he come yet? So the interrogative questions are formed by the combination of pre-verbal element, the assertion marker có in 1A, and a clause of final element không. So the có is optional. The pre-verbal element is optional, and the post-verbal element is obligatory. So in 1A and 1B is contrast aspectually. So it means like did he come or has he come yet? The same kind of contrast in English. And there are two properties of these constructions. The first property is that the same morpheme that mark interrogativity in the clause of final position also signal clause of negation when they appear pre-verbally. So in 2A, we have anh ấy không đến to mean that he didn't come. And in 2B, anh ấy chưa đến to mean that he hasn't come. Okay, so here the contrast between 2A and 2B is similar to the contrast between 1A and 1B. So it's the same aspectual contrast, suggesting that the negative không chưa versus the interrogative không chưa are not only correspondent to each other morphophonologically, but also semantically. And so this is one of the properties. The second property is that the pre-verbal element, often glossed in the literature as assertion marker có, may also appear with emphatic force in declarative context in 3A and 3B. So anh ấy có đến to mean that he did come, or anh ấy không có đến. And in 4A and 4B as well. So anh ấy đã có đến to mean that he has come. And anh ấy chưa có đến. For B, he hasn't come. So interrogative and declarative context all involve four elements. The perfect đã, the assertion marker có, and the two không chưa. Now I would like to look more at the data to see, here we got the syncretism between so-called negative and interrogative, but what the interrogative share with the negative counterparts, and what they are different from each other. And we move to section 2 to see what is their similarity and their differences. So in 1A, 2.1, first, we already know that from 1 and 2 that the interrogative không chưa share with the negative counterpart in terms of the phonological shape and the aspectual core. But what else is shared by the two? In Interfield 2013, he proposed that they also share the same syntactic position. As you can see in 5, Interfield argues that in interrogative context, không chưa underlyingly still the negation marker heading the next phrase, and the word order is derived from the movement of the verbal trunk to the speck of neck P. In 5, okay, so if Interfield analysis is on the right track, we would expect that the predicate that raised only involved functional head that are lower than negation. And consequently, the raising predicate cannot contain those functional heads which are higher than negation, such as topic markers or future tense marker. And this prediction is actually borne down in 6. You can see that with the topic marker, if we put the topic marker in the raising predicate, the sentence is out. Rather that topic marker come, no. Okay, so this is out. Or in 6b, we cannot have a future tense here. I'm now on page 3, and this is reinforced by the fact that the interrogative không chưa cannot co-occur with the negative không chưa. Okay, so we cannot have không đến không in 7a and or chưa đến chưa 7b. And we cannot express didn't he come or hasn't he come yet by the double occurrence of the two. And in order to form such kind of bias questions, we have to use the question particle, a different type of questions, which is different from this question under investigation here. And those are the parallelism between the interrogative không chưa and the negative không chưa. And but they are also different significantly from each other, both interpretationally and distributionally. So we move to 2.2. Yeah? So interpretationally, clausal final không chưa are completely dissociated from the negative reading. In 8, A and B, anh ấy đến không simply mean that did he come, not didn't he come, or he didn't come, did he? Like attack questions. There's another, in footnote 5, the tag questions are formed by a different expression, and they are again different from the polarity questions. And syntactically, only the interrogative không chưa, but not the negative không chưa, involves syntactic movement of the VP. This is supported by VP fronting. So in 9, only negative không chưa, but not interrogative không chưa, is able to license VP fronting. So I can say that come topic marker, he probably no, that's okay, but I cannot say come topic marker, he has come, does come no. So for 9b, since so this is suggest that không negative không chưa is unable to, only interrogative không chưa is able to license VP fronting. Okay, and furthermore, with quantifiers, the two behave differently because quantifier are scope-bearing elements. And with quantifier, it would block such movement in interrogative, resulting in the ungrammaticality of the sentences in 11. So some people read book, no, that is out. But some people not read book is okay. So the negative version is grammatical, but the interrogative version is out. So that is to say that I agree with the field 2013 that the không doesn't move in the interrogative context. Only the predicate moves. But I also differ from his analysis in assuming that the predicate does not move to spec of neck P, but to a much higher position, and namely the spec CP, as proposed by Ching 2005. But I also differ from Ching 2005 in assuming that the predicate movement is not triggered by không, but by a phonologically non-C head in the same spirit of Lisa Chen. So Lisa Chen proposed a typological split between the languages that mark the interrogative overtly, like Japanese ka, with languages in which the interrogative is satisfied by phrasal movement. So that is to say, if the C head is silent, we have to have phrasal movement. So Vietnamese is a WH in situ language, but it seems to me that Vietnamese does have the phrasal movement for yes/no questions, but not for WH questions. Yeah. So okay. So to sum up, I'm on the last part of page 4. So what the interrogative không chưa share with the negative không chưa? They have the same morpho-phonological shape, the aspectual core, and the syntactic position. But what do they differ from each other? So the interrogative loses the negative reading. Right? No way we can get a negative reading. And only in the interrogative it involves the VP movement. So any satisfactory account of the Vietnamese yes/no questions should be able to account for both parallelism and distinction between the two. So now I'm on page 5. There are 3 previous treatments. I'm not going to go through it here, but in Ching 2005, basically he said that there are 2 không which are homophonos in Vietnamese, and this account can account for the distinction, but it loses the parallelism completely. And the field 2007 and the field 2013, he argued that there's, finally he said that there's only one không, one lexical item, which accounts for the parallelism, but it loses the distinction in a way. Because he said that, in interrogative, it's still the negation markers. And we clearly see that in interrogative, there's no negative reading at all. Okay, so I would like to use nanosyntax to shed some light on this puzzle. And I'm not going to go through the 4.1 and jump right into the 4.2. Yeah. So I propose that there is a functional sequence for interrogative in 16. No or yet, perfect yes, and V. And the yet and or the perfect layers are only built in the present of perfect aspectual interpretation. Okay, so we have không, and we have all the lexical entries for those morphemes in 17. Yeah, so không is actually no or yes. And chưa is no or yet perfect yes. And đã is past perfect yes. And có is yes. And there's a non-interrogative C head. And now I'm on page 7. Yeah. So with the superset principle, we can account for the multifunctionality of these elements. So không and chưa, the interrogative, the negative reading of không and chưa is equivalent to the tree no or yes, or no or yet perfect yes. And the interrogative is only corresponding to the subtree or yes, or yet, perfect yes. So that is to say the interrogative is lexically smaller than the negative version. If we compare those two, we can see that the interrogative still preserves the aspectual core and the polar or, but it loses the no upper part. And for đã, there is also a single lexical entry covering both past and non-past interpretation. Okay, so for có, I propose that có is simply yes, but it serves to as a base to build up negative and interrogative. So there is an assertive base yes in all three contexts. And negative and interrogative are built on top of the assertive base. With the L-Wes principle, we can solve the competition between those functional elements. There are two candidates to lexicalize pure perfect. If you look at the trees in 17, yeah. So, but the pure perfect always gets spelled out by đã, not chưa, since the L tree of chưa contains more features than that of đã. And similarly, the pure yes must come out as có. And now let's look at the lexicalization of these elements in both non-interrogative and interrogative context. So I'm on page 8. So for assertive, in a neutral assertive context, the functional sequence is yes, V, which come out as có đến, as in 18. Yeah? So, and this serves as the base to build up other structures. And in a perfect assertive context, we add the perfect to the assertion base, and the result is either đã có đến in 19b or đã đến in 19a. And in the later, đã corresponds to the span perfect yes. And the negative is schematized in 20 and 21. So for negative, we do not build from the scratch, but we build on top of the assertion base, có đến, in 20 C, yeah. So in a neutral negative context, we add no or to the assertion base, and resulting in không có đến in 20B or không đến in 20A. And in a perfect negative context, we add no or yet perfect to the assertion base, which get lexicalized as either chưa có đến in 21st B or chưa đến as in 21A. Okay, so and for interrogative, I don't know how to represent the syntax here yet, but the idea is that for interrogative, the không is of smaller size, and there is a nounty which attracts the phrasal movement, and I must have to admit that here nanosyntax is best to account for the subtle parallelism. But for when it comes to the distinctive features of interrogative, we still have to rely on mainstream phrasal movement. And this is well, I'm really here to looking for comments and feedback, but I would like to extend this phenomenon to cross-linguistically in 23. You can in Imbabura, a variety of Quechua. So the same marker chu is also used for both interrogative and negative. In 23A and in 23B, and there's also a positional difference between the two, this marker in the two contexts. And also diachronically, in Vietnamese, this không marker is borrowed from Chinese. Now this marker is still in Chinese, but it means it is a lexical verb, means empty. And when Vietnamese borrow the verb, the không element, but there's a competition between the native Vietnamese negative words, chang, chang. So the tone is different, and chang is just for interrogative, and chang is for negative. And I would like to, in the future, would like to look at the competition between three negative and interrogative related elements in Vietnamese, the borrowed Chinese one and the two native Vietnamese one, used in light of the functional sequence that I kind of sketched out here. So thank you.
One comment, one question. The comment is that you see the same kind of build-up, I think, in the DP domain in WH phrases and executive markers in a number of languages. So for instance, in a number of Slavic languages, like Czechoslovak example I give you, the WH word is a who in the nominative accusative is do, koho, komu. The negative words are ni, do, ni, koho. For when it's di, ni, di. For where it's de, ni, de. So you get exactly the same stacking as you have, the WH embedded, and then you have something in negation, creating the classic pattern that either you stack or you syncretize, depending on which language you are. But adding the fact that the same sequence is now, in some language, relied inside of verbal function sequence, and some language inside of non-verbal function.
Oh, that's interesting.
That would give support to
Yeah. Thank you.
The question, however, is when we see independently interrogative elements in the language I'm familiar with, at least, they're very high in the globe in the function sequence. Whereas you have this nice argument that in Vietnamese it's very low in the globe because the moves across it is only low stuff. So why is it that we see it sometimes low and sometimes high?
I think I mean the high and the low, do they necessarily to incompatible with each other, or maybe can both?
I noticed that this high stuff that I'm talking about, as I told you last time, also has the same conflation of negation, focus, and WH in that it creates locality effect precisely in these two zones. So we can't just dismiss it saying it's something else upstairs. It's again the same trio or duo, but in a different place now.
Yeah, I see the problem now. I have, well, I think about it, thank you. But I can't answer it now. But yes, so it's not just, it's not just negation, it's the whole sea is kind of flow here. Yeah.
On the one hand, the cross-linguistic stuff tells us it's the same everywhere. On the other hand, the hard thing says it's different to the paradox.
Yeah.
I was wondering, what's the motivation to have the yes feature in your negative lexical items?
Well, I just put it there to account for the fact that if we have không, it have an emphatic, flavor to the sentence. So.
And không cannot co-occur with so. Maybe I missed it. They cannot co-occur. Can you have so, which spells out a yes, and không or chura in the same sentence?
In 3B,
Maybe I missed it.
they
So they can co-occur.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So in that sense, maybe it's better to set up the lexical items for không and chura in a slightly different way.
Mm-hmm.
They don't spell out the yes feature that you also have for so.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a suggestion.
No, I know. It is the thing that I would like to clean up too. But why I put it here is to so in 3B, có is optional, it's not obligatory. But when without có, so what takes, I still get the emphatic reading. So what is in there?
Right. But so you get the emphasis based on so and not on com. You don't have emphasis with com, or you do?
I do. In the absence of có, we still get that emphatic. So.
But so, why do you say in 20A that KHONG realizes yes too? Because of that reason? 20A, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not so experienced with nanosyntax, but it seems to me that if the thing that's written KHONG, right? If that can realize NO, OR, and yes, so no, or, and yes,
Mm-hmm.
then it should always realize that, and you can't have another thing realizing it next to it. Is it not? Am I right or not? I mean, or am I right? I don't know who to ask here, because it seems to me that once you have the principle is that once you have an exponent, you want it to realize as much of the functional structure, as much of the structure as you want, as it can. So why do you have 20A and B?
I don't know who can answer that, but you're in the right place. So yes, help me.
So maybe it's what Karen said, that, Kong, that I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it well, so this KHONG never realizes yes.
Yeah, so I think you will indeed run into a problem with competition there. And that's why I suggested you.
In the original, in the original version, there's no yes here.
Mm-hmm.
But then,
in terms of the competition, as far as I understand, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, that's a point of, I'm wondering about that too. I'm not. It's
Other questions? Okay. So we can.
Thank you.
the stream.
Oh my God, the whole world is looking
Yeah,
at me.
it's super nice.
It's a great pleasure to introduce Professor Hafid Borek, currently Professor of Linguistics at Queen Mary University in London. Before that, she held similar academic positions in Irvine, Amherst, and USC. My first contact with her work was 1984, Parametric Syntax, with that typical Forest Publications cover that reappeared on several books but in different colors. In those days, when phrase structure rules and transformations had become ever leaner, the lexicon became ever more bloated, or at least lexicalizers did. And it is Hafid's work that argued with success and influence for a reorientation, which over the years has led to the development of her exoskeletal model in morphology and morphosyntax. Doubtless well known to everybody in the room is her massive and analytically extremely rich trilogy, RGB trilogy, Structuring Sense. I call it RGB for red, green, and blue, even though the blue one came first, in which these ideas have crystallized. Today, she will talk to us about the verbal passive and address the question why in many languages expressed very drastically, though not in Hebrew and Arabic. The title is Finding Your Voice.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I am in general grateful to everybody because this is not an area of linguistics that I'm that familiar with, and I learned a lot from just about everybody here, and I feel quite enriched by all of this. Okay. As you can see, I have problems finding my voice, and that's not just my throat, but also I managed to mungle the title, so, okay, but hopefully I will be found. Something will be found, okay. So what is this paper about? This paper is an attempt to see if we can segment the phonological string in such a way that will tell us something about how the syntax works, really. Which is not just my agenda. I think it's a very common agenda around, and I'm kind of happy to be joining it, in fact. And the first observation is what you have in one, and that is, I mean, I'm sorry that the examples are only from Indo-European languages. There are a lot of languages, let's say Italian or Polish, that usually don't favor periphrastic, nevertheless express verbal passive in periphrastic forms. And the question is why. So intuitively, one way that we can look at it is that we could think about passive, which I will refer to as pi, that it constitutes some kind of a syntactic barrier for realization, thereby disallowing a single realization for the string T as pi VV, and thereby necessitating the insertion of a light verb and an auxiliary to support T. Okay. So that's kind of intuitively a fairly attractive way to look at it, but this particular way of looking at it runs into immediate problem with languages that have a synthetic passive form. I will specifically be talking about Hebrew and Arabic, but we now also know that there is classical Greek that we're going to have to maybe account for. And so the question is, what do we want to say about the existence of languages where passive is synthetic? And 1 through 5, you have a number of logical possibilities, possibly not all of them. One is that contrary to significance appearance, object promotion, loss of accusative case, implicit argument control by phrases, passive in, for instance, English, is very different from passive in Hebrew and Arabic. I mean, syntactically, it would be hard to argue, but who knows. Second possibility is that we are dealing somehow with a different functional spine that's not very different from one, but it's also a possibility. The third possibility, which is the traditional possibility, and that is the periphrasis attested for pi is not syntactic, but solely morphophonological, and that we are dealing here, for instance, with things like bound forms or something like that. 4 is that the barrier status of pi is language specific. And finally, what I will try to convince you of, and that is that pi is a barrier to realization in at least Hebrew and Arabic as well, even though they're synthetic. 5 will allow us, at least for Hebrew and Arabic, to maintain the universality of something like B, But as we shall see, it will require that we fine-tune our view of realization and locality within the verbal spine and further force us into a more complex view of what periphrasis versus synthesis formally correspond to, morphosyntactically as well as morphophonologically. In 1.2 you have my starting points. I don't think in this particular room these are going to come as a shock to anybody. So I'm assuming that roots are categoryless, that roots select their own phonological representation, as well as potentially the phonological realization of segments of extended projections that merge with them, that they also select the realization of categorial functors, C functors that merge with them, like adhere selects ans and govern selects ment and so on. And absent specific root selection, the realization reverts to some kind of a default. So now let's look at Semitic roots and keys. I'll use the term keys to refer to verbal templates, or sometimes I call binyani. It's because I'm so fond of the term key signature in this context. Okay. So the Semitic root is a string of radicals 2 to 4 in and of. Can people actually hear me?
It's a little hard.
Huh?
For me, it's a little hard.
I can't talk very much louder, unfortunately.
People grab like a microphone.
I'm really, I'm going to have a hard time talking louder. I'm really sorry. Maybe people can move to the front. Okay, so we have a string of radicals 2 to 4 in and of itself devoid of category. Semitic keys clearly do have a category and hence are not roots. Keys, as well as nominal templates, are alternative phonological instantiations of C functors. That is VV or NN. I think after Heidi's talk, there was some discussion on whether these are actually allomorphs or suppletants or so on. So, I mean, that's maybe the only context in which there will be suppletion in this talk. And that's in line with most classical treatments, and most recently with Arad 2005 and Boer 2013. But there are some other approaches around that don't subscribe to this view, so just to be complete. Roots select keys, potentially more than one. So for instance, in English, you can see parallelism with transmit that can select transmission and transmittance and transmittal. It's not that exotic, really, for a particular root to select more than one categorizer. The root plus key signature combine to give rise to a phonological unit which is still in need of vocalization. I will refer to this unit as an augmented root, and that's following Goldenberg in 1994, and is such not a well-formed phonological word. It doesn't have vowels. Okay. Still, it is the augmented root, which is the consistent common phonological denominator to all token instantiations of the verbal type, and it is the unit that is associated with content. This is really the lexeme. If you were looking for a lexeme, this is the lexeme, even though, because it's not a phonological word, it would never be classified as such by people who trade in lexemes. Okay. Keys in Hebrew select vocalization exponents to give rise to perfective and imperfective stems, imp and perf and emp, and that's deterministic. There's no default within the key system. Every key selects a unique perfective realization and a unique imperfective realization, and there's no sense in which any of this defaults into anything else. And so we have a string of selection. Root selects key selects functional exponents. Arabic as well vocalizes root plus key signature combinations as perfective and imperfective stem, but the selection component works somewhat differently, a matter I will return to in some detail. Absent key, there are forms where there is no key. Individual roots may merge directly with functional heads and may individually select the vocalization exponents in a specified functional domain, thereby giving rise to a potentially broad range of perfective and imperfective stem vocalizations, as well as to a sensible default in that particular domain. This is rather on a par with, let's say, English past tense. And this, I claim, is the nature of Arabic 1 and Hebrew kal and Aramaic G, which is to say they're not keys. Okay. And so we have a slightly different line of selection here. We have here the root selecting a perfective, imperfective, okay, specific exponent, or it might revert to some kind of a contextual default. In the next section, you have how we derive the augmented roots, and you have a very abbreviated kind of, hopefully relatively transparent summary of the various key signatures. One of the things that are interesting to me is that the Hebrew has 4, Arabic has 10. The Hebrew 4 are a proper subset of the Arabic 10. And you have a variety of ways of marking these. You can get a doubling of the consonant, one of the radicals of the root. You can get, and you can introduce a vocalic slot either as a prefix or as a double infix. You can have a set of prefixes or suffixes like ta and na in Arabic 5 and 6 and 7, and also 8, where the ta is an infix. You can double the third consonant, the third radical, and you also have a sort of complex prefix ta in Arabic. If you will go to the next page, you will see what the augmented roots would look like in all of these forms. Some of them are just roots, not augmented roots, for one and for kal. And as you can see from the forms in both Hebrew and Arabic, these are not phonologically well-formed words. Okay. Now, if you also look at the picture in 9 and 10, you will notice that Arabic 5 and 6 and Hebrew 7 are doubly marked. There's both a prefix and an infix, and they're as well extrametrical. If these morphophonological observations are more syntactically meaningful, they suggest that these keys are derived from other keys, and in fact it's very easy to see what they are derived from, namely Arabic 2 and 3 respectively, and Hebrew 3, and are therefore syntactically more complex. I will return to them briefly in section 5, but directly below I will only focus on underived keys, which is to say I will set aside these derived keys, and I will also set aside the ones that are not keys at all, okay? The one and the kal and so on. Okay. So, if you look at 11, you have the picture as it comes to us roughly from Arad. You have the root combining with the key, and then the key selects the vocalization of the aspect. I'm setting aside T throughout this presentation, and I'm going to assume for the purpose of this presentation that both perfective and imperfective are realized in ASP, which is probably not exactly correct because perfective is realized in conjunction with T, but it's not hugely central to what I'm going to say, and so I set this aside. Okay. You can see that this is just Hebrew, and you can see that in Hebrew we have specifically two. I'm focusing on these two particular keys because these are the keys that will have a passive. And so these two keys that have a passive, one of them has a doubled D2, and the other one has a vowel slot, a prefix vowel slot. The value of that vowel slot is determined by the imperfective and perfective marking. So it's not, we just know there's a vowel there, but we don't know what it is. And we get the forms that you have actually just below 11. Okay. And okay, and so now let's move to the internal passive. Internal passive in Semitic is an alternation that is marked, is a passive-active alternation that's marked solely through vocalic alternation and with the augmented root intact. So you're not touching the augmented root, you're just changing the vowels. Crucially, syntactic and interpretational properties are entirely predictable, which is to say you don't change the meaning, and the properties that you get derive from whatever it is that the properties are of the verbal unit plus the fact that it's passive. So in 12, you have what internal passive looks like in Hebrew. For key 3 with the signature of D2, and for key 5 is the signature of a prefixal vowel. What you see is the forms that you have under the whatever it is that you see, and then on the right you see the forms in the passive. And the thing to note is that the active vocalization is sensitive both to key selection and to functional context. And thereby there are 4 active vocalization exponents in 12. Okay. In contrast, at UA, the passive realization is uniform across the board, and it shows sensitivity neither to key nor to functional context. And as a result, there's only 1 passive vocalization exponent in 12. So why is that? How can we explain this particular kind of syncretism, assuming, as we all want to assume, that syncretism is not just a morphological accident? Arad proposes that the uniform passive marking is because the passive node is specifically associated with the UA vocalic marking in its passive instantiation. There's a slightly different take on this in my own work and in Kastner in 2016. And according to this take, passive is syntactically a privative node. And passive syncretism emerges as a result of locality constraints. Specifically, the privative passive node is in the way, thereby disrupting relationship between the nodes below it and aspect. Okay. So basically, if we wanted to contrast the claim that the particular count that Arad puts forth and the claim that comes from what's in 14, one is that to say that pi as maybe a passive voice but not an active voice comes with sonological properties, therefore giving rise to a uniform vocalization, or alternatively, because it disrupts the selection, alternative vocalization becomes essential. According to this view, UA is not linked with the passive as such, but it's linked with an otherwise unvocalized asp. In other words, it is a vocalic form of the support. So you have this in B. 16 is basically Arad, and 16b is basically mine, also Kastner's view. Although I don't think he would say it's with aspect, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. Under A, the absence of specific uniform vocalization for active voice is a coincidence. Under B, pi, as in periphrastic languages, defines a realization domain, therefore mandating the emergence of an alternative means for supporting number and person marking, the phi, as well as the eventual vocalization of the augmented root. But I mean, so if the structure in B is correct, then we see that in fact we do have some kind of domain defined by the pi in Hebrew, just as we have it in English. Okay. But we also have to bear in mind that regardless of the location of the vocalization and phi marking to be proposed here, the entire Semitic V form emerges as a single synthetic form. In particular, it can move as a unit to C and presumably through T. So that's not like English, for instance, where it is the auxiliary that's going to move. It's not going to be the entire form. So there is still, even if we define the pi as defining some kind of a realization domain, there's still going to be a way of putting this whole thing together in a way that in English you don't. Okay. In 17, you have very, very briefly a review of the phi markers. It's not going to play a central role, but it's going to play a bit of a role. The thing to notice about phi markers is that they're uniform across all keys and voices, including pi. So the gender, number, and person markers are uniform across all forms, including the passive, but in turn are selected by the perfective and perfective. It's a different set for the perfective and perfective, and it's a different set across the board. Okay. So far so good. You have an illustration of the phi markers in 18. In 19, you have another set of important assumptions that I will make. Mapping is from the bottom up to the extent that we can, as we shall see. Null heads do not disrupt locality, and I will assume, contrary to much work on Semitic morphology, that there is no melodic overwriting, that you build the structure as you go along. You don't go back and change the quality of the vowel. So at least I haven't come across a case where I absolutely need to do it, and hopefully it will stay that way. So here's the hitch, okay? The hitch is Arabic. Arabic active vocalization, all keys. Are vocalized actually more or less the same. You have it in 20. Setting aside Arabic 1, Arabic 5, and Arabic 6, which I already said I'm not going to talk about right now, 6 of the remaining keys have an internal passive form. Okay, so that's a much, much richer body of evidence. All IP forms in Arabic share the same vocalization exponents, which are distinct from those of the active, therefore mandating the postulation of some phonological effects associated with pi. All, however, observe a passive, specific, perfective, imperfective distinction. So the syncretism that we saw in Hebrew is not attested. And that's our hitch. Why is it that we don't get, or what looks like we don't get any kind of a blocking effect in Arabic, but we are getting a blocking effect in Hebrew? You have the relevant cases in 22 with the relevant keys that have a passive form. Okay. Let's assume, roughly speaking, a structure like 23 again. However modeled, Arabic pi impacts vocalization. In other words, we have vocalizations that are associated with the passive. The imperfective, perfective vocalization for the passive are different from the active. So we couldn't say that it's omitted from the realization as a null head. And in fact, if we did omit it as a null head, it's not clear what would trigger the correct vocalization in the case of the passive. Okay. So what to do? What to do about the distinction between Hebrew and Arabic? And in 25, you have some, what I think are not possible solutions. One is that aspect is below pi in Arabic, but above pi in Hebrew. That's definitely been floated by me. The second one is aspect is always below pi, but altogether missing in Hebrew. And the third one is that pi disrupts selection in Hebrew, but not in Arabic. So before dealing with all these issues, I just want to make in general the comment that it's not actually entirely obvious how A or B would solve the problem without making some extra assumptions. But there's no particular point in building this straw man, so I won't be building it. It's also not particularly plausible to assume there's no aspect in biblical Hebrew, which is an extremely aspect-dominated language. But regardless of all of this, I think that it is worthwhile to provide arguments that asp is above pi in Arabic, and that pi does, in fact, disrupt our selection in Arabic. So rather than deal with accounts that I don't think work, I will deal with what I think the facts do suggest to us. Okay. So section 5 consists of arguments for aspect being over pi in Arabic, and for the emergence of effects of selection disruption in Arabic as well. And the first two involve exactly the keys, which I told you, the keys and non-keys, which I told you that I'm not going to talk about yet. And so the first one is the 5 and 6 keys. Now the 5 and 6 keys in their active form are very unusual because they do not show, unlike all the other keys in Arabic, they do not show perfective and imperfective distinction at all. They're all vocalized as what would naturally be the perfective, but it's also maybe the default form, I don't really know. We're not getting any kind of distinction at all. An explanation for this is still pending, but what is clear is that when you look at the passive, what you see is that the passive forms are not The passive forms have a distinction between the perfective and the imperfective, and it's exactly the same vocalization pattern that we found with the other keys. Okay. So if we really wanted to put the aspect below pi for these particular forms, then we are going to end up for the perfective and the imperfective for a uniform thing from which we are then, through melodic overwriting, through whatever, going to have to form two completely different forms, okay, because of the passive. And that just doesn't make sense. Really, the logic of it really is that the passive is conditioning the emergence of the perfective and imperfective forms and not the other way around. So that's in 27A. You have augmented root aspect pi, and that's just not going to work because the input to the vocalization of pi is going to be identical. So that suggests to us, relative to these particular forms, that pi is below aspect and that pi conditions the aspect vocalization. The second piece of evidence comes from Arabic 1. And that, remember, I told you is not a key. This is a case where you have a root merging directly with functional exponents. And as a result, you have the picture in 29. There are 3 distinct possible perfective stems. There are 3 different possible imperfective stems. With the exception of 2 combinations that are excluded, you can mix and match all of them. And this is, I mean, there is a default. There's one that's more common. But basically, by and large, what you can see is that there's massive idiosyncrasy here. And the idiosyncrasy is root selected. The root will tell you, I'm going with a, or I'm going with a, u, a, e, or I'm going with whatever it is that I'm going. So this is very, very much root dependent. Okay. But when you go to the internal passive, and these forms do have an internal passive, what we see again is a complete uniformity. We have this very same forms for the passive that we've gotten before, exactly the same u, e, and u-a that we got before. Okay. So again, if we wanted to, even when the active, perfective, imperfective form for one is clearly root selected, the passive, perfective, imperfective form are uniform and follow exactly the same pattern as in all other internal passive Arab forms. If root-specific, perfective, imperfective are realized first, then we are again into the problem in aspect of similar. We have again the uniform pi realization would become very, very hard to explain. Okay. On the other hand, if a lower pi would preempt root selection for perfective and imperfective realization in a straightforward way, these would become the exact equivalences of the cases in Hebrew, except in Hebrew we only have one form for the perfective and imperfective, but you would be blocking the selection effects from the root. So we're seeing another case where not only is it the case that pi has to be below aspect, but that pi is interfering with selection. The final piece of evidence for interference for disruption of key selection is disruption for key selection in Arabic. So by and large, active vocalization in Arabic is overwhelmingly independent of key. So that's not like in Hebrew. In Hebrew, it is key contingent. There is an exception, however, and the exception is the focalization of the imperfective prefix. So the imperfective prefix is sensitive to key. We have keys 2, 3, and 4 vocalize the imperfective prefixes u, and the other keys, and including the derived keys and 1, which is not a key, vocalize the imperfective prefix sa. But that single aspect of key selection is lost in the passive, where what we get is a uniform u vocalization across the board. So pi therefore clearly disrupts selection in both Hebrew and Arabic. Why then does Arabic allow distinct perfective and imperfective in the context of pi, whereas Hebrew does not? Okay. So to give you the prevailing intuition, okay, for the summary in 32. So Hebrew perfective and imperfective active vocalization are key selected. Absent key, they are root selected. Absent key, Arabic perfective and imperfective active vocalization are root selected. The vocalization of the Y imperfective is key selected in Arabic, but not in Hebrew. And Y aside, the Arabic vocalization of the perfective imperfective active is actually identical across all underived keys. So that's the difference between Hebrew and Arabic. In Hebrew, the perfective imperfective vocalization in the active are negotiated with the key. And in Arabic, they're not. They're independent. Okay. So the prevailing intuition, which you have in the box, is that Hebrew perfective imperfective vocalization are negotiated between the key and aspect. Once such negotiations are disrupted by pi, as in 16, key contingent vocalization of perfective imperfective are no longer possible. Absent vocalization instructions, UA, a form of vocalic support, is inserted in ASP to support phi. Effectively, this means that ASP in Hebrew has no independent vocalic properties. Okay. In Arabic, and setting aside the vocalization of the imperfective prefix, perfective and imperfective do have vocalic properties that are independent of the key. Okay. And hence, pi intervening between the key and aspect is immaterial. Okay. Pi does, however, influence the vocalization of the imperfective perfective, which then proceeds from pi upwards, with little regard to the disruption of locality with the augmented root. Okay. So the distinction between Hebrew and Arabic in personal passive stems neither from distinct syntactic structures nor from distinct locality constraints. Rather, it stems from different vocalization selection properties of functional segments. So let's see how we can model this. I'm going to assume maximal structural uniformity between Hebrew and Arabic to the extent that I can. And if you look at 34 and 35, the arrows show selection relation or selection realization selection. And you can see that in each one of these cases, what we really get is we get some kind of a span or some kind of a, if you wish, head movement contingency or however you want to call it, that starts at the box and goes to the end of the arrow where it may be selecting another arrow. So in Hebrew, in the active, you have the root, and the root selects the key, and the key selects the vocalization of the aspect. In the Arabic active, you don't have this. What you get in the Arabic active is you get the root selecting the key, but then you have a break, and then the aspect selects just the phi features. When you look at the passive, in Hebrew, you get the root selecting the key, and then you get a break. You get a break in 35 where you don't, 35A where you don't have it in 34. And that's the break that's signaled by the presence of the pi. And then we have this effect that I called vocal support, and we are inserting this UA into the aspect in order to support, in this particular case, the 5 features. Okay. In Arabic, we don't have a break that is different from any break that we had in B, because there was a break anyway between the key and whatever is above it, but we do get a more complicated contingency here because the shape of the aspect that we get is determined by pi. Okay. So let's look at the more formal way of looking at this. Is very influenced by Jason Merchant's work on adjacent spans, even though these are contingent on selection, and so they have very different properties between the different members, but they are, in terms of the logic, not that different. And so let's define the verbal spine. The verbal spine should be viewed as consisting potentially of more than one realization domain, regardless of the final word form. In B, pi always signals a domain boundary within the verbal extended projection. I will call this an edge. And then I would like to define something that I will call realizational block. Let T be an order n tuple of terminal nodes T1 to Tn, such that for all T in T, T equals T1, or T is a segment of the extended projection of T1. For all K equals 1 to N, Tk is a realization block. Every terminal node is a trivial realization block. Realization block, RB is a realization block in T if RB is T I to N, and for any Tk in RB, K different from N, R selects Tk plus 1. E is an edge in T if E is Tk and there is no Tk plus 1 such that E selects Tk plus 1, and or there is no Tk minus 1 such that Tk minus 1 selects E. Okay. So you have two kinds of edges here, one that defines the top, the other one that defines the bottom. And if you will look, in fact, at the picture of Hebrew and Arabic, and if you also add to this, let's say, Romance or English, you will see that in In Romance and English, pi is an apex edge. And in Arabic, on the other hand, it's a nadir edge. And in Hebrew, quite possibly, it's both. Okay, it's just sitting there. It's not really syncing with what's below it or what's above it. Okay. And I will float this. The correlation really is that syntactically passive is always periphrastic in some sense. Okay. There will always be a break. Okay. I'll leave it as an open question on whether we want to say that, let's say, the perfect is an edge or the progressive is an edge. There's certainly work out there that suggests that that might be the right way to look at it, but I will set this aside. And let me just talk a little bit about another open question, which I will leave to people here who think that they have something to say about this, and that is there any way to tie the distinct syntactic domains of realization within the verbal spine as viewed here to some general phase agenda or some general cycle agenda? I don't know. I'm not sure. And finally, the point in 41. Realization blocks and edges define where periphrasis can occur. Whether the actual form would, in the end, display actual periphrasis or synthesis, as more commonly perceived, would depend on how particular linguistic systems negotiate putting together distinct relational blocks. Okay. So, in particular, if you look back at the picture in 34 and 35, in, let's say, in the Arabic passive, you have two realization blocks. It's possible that in Hebrew you have three. There is a good reason to think, and it's not on this particular handout, that when you look at the relationship between aspect and tense, there may be another block there. But you're going to have to put them all together. You're going to have to linearize them in some way and make some single form out of them. And apparently the resources of a language such as English is such that it cannot linearize them within the same phonological words, but Semitic can. I have a few thoughts about why passive. The analytic form of passive in English, this is my suggestion. The analytic form of passive in English and similar signifies the existence of an embedded dependent sub-event. In 43, take F1V to stand for the embedded event, for the embedding event, and little f1, little v to be the sub-event. This means that at the core of passive constructions, there is an active sub-event, which is embedded under some operator pi. Pi C commands and locally binds the external argument of F1V, the lower one, thus barring it from moving. Case is not available at that position, thereby forcing the external argument to remain silent. And the object moves to, the object emerges as nom due to properties of T. So some your version, your favorite version of obligatory nominative dependent case, whatever you want, but you're going to have a nominative, and the object is going to be it if it's not going to be the subject. So if you look at the structure as it is in 43, then that raises the possibilities in 44. One is that it's possible that heads of sub-events always define edges. That would kind of generalize it. And the other one is what we talked about before, namely pi always defines an edge. There is a way to perhaps distinguish between these two things empirically, but I haven't undertaken this. Okay, let's look at the execution. So Hebrew active. By definition, each one of these things, the root, the key, the imperfective, the perfective, and phi, could each be a separate realization block. Okay, at least in principle, that's true. Every sub-part of it could be as well, which is interesting because not all of them are realized. Not all of them are realized in the derivations that I have given, and that raises the question of whether we do want to have some notion of the maximal possible realization that is available relative to a particular derivation. Okay. In Arabic active, what we get is two separate realization blocks. We get the root plus the key plus the vocalic exponent of the imperfective prefix, followed by the imperfective, followed by phi, or alternatively, what you have below this, and that is the root plus the key, and then the perfective, and phi. Okay. Hebrew passive, on the other hand, you have the picture in 47. Okay. You have the root, you have the key, you have all the rest of them, and then you have the rest of them, and where you're looking at the passive as, at least in this particular situation, sitting all by itself, not really vocalizing with anything. It's just creating a particular barrier. It's an operator and it creates a barrier. In the Arabic passive, there's nothing quite so dramatic, but what you do have is you restart the span, or you restart the selection domain with having the pi select the particular imperfective or perfective forms that you have in 48. And in this case, we don't have, we've lost the unique vocalization of the imperfective, so it's no longer there because the passive has preempted it. Okay. The linearization of realization blocks is accomplished through independent prosodic constraints which take RB adjacency into consideration where relevant, and which specifically for Semitic forms create the interleaving of consonants and vowels. This is maybe equivalent, not quite in the same way, but perhaps this is equivalent to a distinction between L-match and insert. Now, none of these things is L-match, but perhaps this is kind of insert. Okay. Phonological reordering through some species of movement cannot be prima facie excluded. It may yield some possible results for the placement of pi in Semitic languages, the prefix suffix for imperfective, for instance, because the 5 features for the perfective are always a suffix, and for the imperfective, they're spread between both a prefix and a suffix, and it has been suggested that that might be accomplished through reordering. Beyond that, the advantages of movement for Semitic languages are not obvious. Assuming a universal but possibly parametrized inventory of edges, periphrasis versus synthesis emerges as a particular form of interaction between morphosyntax and morphophonology. Syntax defines realization blocks, but the linearization of relational blocks relative to each other is dependent on morphophonology. Some phonological systems, according to this logic, have the resources to combine multiple RBs into a single phonological word. Turkish certainly comes to mind in addition to Semitic languages. Others do not. More specifically, periphrasis, where attested, should be understood in terms of RB. Synthesis, on the other hand, now emerges as a non-unified phenomenon. Syntactically, in other words, periphrasis entails RB edge, but RB edge does not entail periphrasis as typically viewed. Okay. Let me give you some few consequences. Okay, substantive vocabulary items need not be phonological words nor terminals. Lexical items need not be phonological words or terminals. If indeed the augmented root in Semitic is the unit that corresponds to what is matched with content and is the realization of the lexical type across all its tokens, we notice that it is neither a phonological word nor a terminal. Phonological words need be neither terminals nor a single lexical item. So this Semitic vocalized verb is a phonological word which corresponds neither to a terminal nor to a single lexical item. Extended projections should be viewed as consisting of syntactic regions which correspond to realization selection sequences, realization blocks, with some possibly defined by edges. Relative to such realization blocks, locality needs to be defined both internal to the RB and across RBs. Periphrasis, I already said that, where attested should be understood in terms of RBs. Either passive is not a voice, or the syntax of passive and active voice must be very different indeed, with the former an edge and the latter entirely oblivious to realization selection. Note that for Kratzer 1996, passive is in actuality an instance of plus active rather than minus active. It also means that if we do assume that, let's say, unaccusatives are minus active, then contrary to much of what is being assumed more recently, but maybe hasn't been assumed before that, unaccusatives and passives do not have the same structure. Okay, I'll go to some open issues. I have to say, I've chopped this talk so much because I never get through it. So now I seem to have done too good a job. So anyway, I predict that there won't be any RBs containing non-edge pi across the board in any languages. Is that actually correct? Is the distribution of edges parameterized? Which edges are universal? By assumption here pi is. And which are subject to parametric variation? Can we predict the context in which particular edges would be nadirs, apices? I believe that's the plural of apex. Or both, okay? Can the target of prosodic mapping be narrowed down? Because this remains here very broad. Kind of jokerable trades. What is the relationship between realization block or R selection and allomorphy? And I have a footnote here, which some people might find interesting, and that is, I should say something. Everything I talked about, all this selection that I talked about, none of it is allomorphy. Everything is totally regular. There is a lot of irregularity in the Semitic verb. That's not where it is. This is completely regular. Okay? When you want to look at irregularity, the irregularity is there. And it involves maybe some additional things that we can add to the domains of selection. But these are all properties of selection that have nothing to do with the determination of an allomorph or an irregular form or anything like, or suppletion or anything like this. But what is allomorphy? Well, there is evidence, such as it is in 15, to suggest that while some aspects of our selection work upwards as illustrated, root allomorphy selection is top-down, making it a case of double marking in the sense of Mbek. And that's actually quite interesting if people want to ask me about this. Okay. I already mentioned, is there any way to bring realizational blocks into compliance with some sort of phase-based or cycle-type model? Is there residual head movement? And finally, are there any interesting consequences to be pursued, for instance, from suggesting that a category such as adjective is an edge? And explaining that, using this to explain the fact that it never, that it always requires an auxiliary. So in that case, this would just be not that different from the verb, except it's not gonna vocalize, or it's not gonna go with the verbal extended projection because it's an edge. Okay, thank you very much.
And I would like to challenge you on the basis of languages that show synthetic passives, which, it's this set of languages that also displays the so-called deponent verbs. So verbs that have passive morphology, but, they have different definitions, but crucially, and this really is crucial, is that for several such languages, like for Latin, for instance, Aronoff, Fenton, and other people have shown that the majority of deponent verbs, they are denominal. I have shown the same for Albanian, and Artemis and her gang have shown the same for Greek. And now, why is this important? Well, it's important because what we know about denominals is that they don't have external arguments. So you expect, so actually the deponents are a class of canonical passives, if you want. So I was wondering whether...
It is interesting that, that there is something not quite like deponent verbs, but there is something that maybe is similar to deponent verbs, but it's not in the internal passive. You get this with one of the intransitive keys that you get, and where you do get things that sometimes go between they're not exactly deponent verbs, but you could say that they sometimes have a more active and sometimes a more passive instantiation of their use, but they have exactly the same form. But it's not exactly the same as deponent verbs. But I don't know much about deponent verbs, and so I'm going to take your description on face value, that they really are denominal. But I don't see that this is actually a challenge to the idea that roots don't have a category. The question is just how much structure you're going to put there. So if you're going to make them nouns first, and then you're going to make them verbs on the basis of that, then you're going to get your results anyway, right? If the result would come from whatever it is that would nominalize the root, would also block you from acquiring an external argument or something like that. Yeah, and again, this is completely taking the claim at face value, but it seems to me it's not actually a challenge of the rootless category, category-less root. Maybe it's rootless category too.
Question about, so if you look at 34, 35, etc., the idea is that you always get UA, at least what I understood is you always get UA in Hebrew, and in Arabic you can get more than one thing depending on the aspect.
Mm-hmm.
And that is due to the fact, so the UA overrides, or will simply block the usual...
No, it's not the UA that blocks it, it's the passive that blocks it. The UA is just...
So
it's a vocalic crutch.
Okay, so let's see what I'm asking. What kind of Semitic system of vocalization and relation between the active and the passive do you rule out?
It's too broad a question. I mean, you're going to have to give me some parameters.
Well, your parameters are whether the vocalization is key selected and influenced by aspect or not.
The vocalization is either key selected.
Or it's not. In Arabic, it's not key selected.
It's not key selected. Yes.
In Hebrew, it's key selected.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Does that have anything to do with the analysis?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what I think. Okay, I think that there's a chain of selection here, and to the extent that there is a chain of selection, it is a description of the facts. And then, on the basis of this, we can rationalize on what can or cannot be the target of selection. So we know that the root can select, we know that the keys can select, we know that pi can select, we know that aspect can select because it selects the 5 features. Okay, so we know that these are all possible selection relations. Okay. There are things that are missing in the structure, right? They don't happen to be phonologically realized, but maybe that doesn't matter. But maybe the things that are not phonologically realized, like if you do have voice, or if you do have some verbal extended projections that select an object, or that select the subject, or give you argument structure, or applicatives, or I don't know what. I mean, a variety of other things. Okay. That they don't appear to be participating in the system. Now, it also is true that they don't vocalize, but perhaps that's connected. In other words, the fact that they're 0 and the fact that they don't select is... okay. In principle, the only thing that I'm blocking is anything that goes over pi.
Any relation that will...
Any selection relation that crosses pi, I'm blocking. Whether there are other relations that are blocked in principle, or maybe whether there are other relationships that are just never attested or something like that, it's an empirical issue. But I think it's a justifiable question. Yeah.
Well, in a paper that I wrote in 2012, I actually give all of the realization rules of the Hebrew system, and one of the things that I say there is that this UA vocalization is actually, but for me it is the realization of passive, and it's interesting, not the A, only the U, because the A is some sort of default value in the system, and So you do find the oo also in adjectival passives.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, do you think you can extend your analysis of the oo being aspect?
I'm going to have to say that
passive?
adjectival passives have some form of aspect, yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So then it would be a special do support in adjectival passives.
Exactly
too?
the same, yes. It would be some sort of yeah, you're gonna be creating some kind of a block on the realization, and yes, so that would go with analyses of adjectival passive that postulate a fuller verbal structure inside adjectival passives and give you a particular set of meanings. Yes. Yeah. In fact, I even wrote an example on the margin of this page. Yeah?
So returning to 5.1 and 5.2, which are the, so I'm just curious, regarding your very last footnote, so you don't have any real allomorphy in the system as you
Not in
mentioned.
this one, no.
But I'm curious, in 5.1 and 5.2, whether the data could be captured with the order root aspect passive if you see the realization of the vowels on aspect as allomorphy, that's like being outwardly conditioned, like it's looking up to passive, and that's affecting the realization of the vowels on aspect. I don't think it ends up with as elegant of a solution that naturally gives you the syncretisms that you find, but I was just curious as to...
Yeah, it's, the thing is, they're not really allomorphs, are they?
Well, this would have, under this analysis, they would, if aspect were below person, to capture the data, I think in 5.1 and 5.2, without overwriting, you could say there's no overwriting, it's just that actually the realization of imperfective and perfective is being affected by passive.
Yeah, but this is going to be, okay, the sense in which these are not going to be allomorphs is that one of them is impacted by the passive and the other one is not, so it's a different structure. So it's not a situation where you have two allomorphs, which two instantiations, unless I'm misunderstanding. You're not going to have two instantiations that are associated exactly with the same structure, because one would have the passive and one wouldn't.
Right, so one would be like the elsewhere, which would be the one that's not syncretic. So that would be the
Okay, the is mysterious by anybody's account, and so don't ask me to explain the I think the has something to do with the fact that these are derived from other keys, okay, and may, for all intents and purposes, may be very late. So it may be that you're just doing the whole thing, you're deriving a key from and one key from another, you're not putting any vowels at all, and then in the end you're stuffing in all the defaults, like Noam said, I is the default, and you're just kind of stringing the defaults along. It's possible. It's not 100% clear what is going on there. And I mean, people who've worked on this for a long time are just as mystified by this as I am. So it's not. But I think what is interesting is that whatever happens in the case of the passive, all of a sudden it all goes away, and you get the regularity. And it's, you could do it top down, but
it misses the bigger generalization. But
yeah, I'm just.
Because you seem to rule out that as a possibility with like 27A, you have as, this is impossible, but if it were...
No, I said it's mysterious why if you have an identical representation for the perfective, imperfective, whatever it is that you have there by way of representation, that something should emerge that is completely distinct. That's all. I mean, I also have in mind accounts that do have a melodic overwriting, where you're going to be overwriting the passive on top of the active, and you're going to have to take two identical representations and turn them into two distinct things. The 5.2 is a different issue. It's that you have a very, very idiosyncratic paradigm. I mean, these are allomorphs. These are definitely allomorphs. All those vocalic combinations, these are definitely allomorphs. So you have all these multiple allomorphs, and they all go away. So
again, it would be mysterious, but in theory, you could model it as outward like there's a syncretism across all of these irregulars in the context of pi, which is outward.
Yes.
I agree, it's not.
I mean, it's not, you know, in the longer version of this, there was also something about the general plausibility semantically of putting
Yeah.
aspect below passive. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I haven't computed the data, so
I know it's difficult.
It's hard
yeah.
to work it out. But I'm a bit triggered by one of the consequences that you list, namely the Kratzer one. And I'm wondering what happens if instead of assuming there is P, you assume there is active.
I'm sorry, if instead
What
of
if
what?
you assume that there is instead of the passive in your functional sequence, you assume that there is a gap for the passive.
Yeah.
And you have active. Wouldn't that change the
I'm not sure I understand what you say. There is a gap.
So when
where?
you have passive voice,
Okay.
that you just mark it by gapping active,
Okay.
would that
What
still,
selects the right forms in Arabic?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking under this because this is something that. Yes.
It would change nothing. Yeah. So
I'm not sure it would change nothing, but you tell me what would select the Arabic forms?
I think it would change nothing. It have the same effect as it being found.
I mean, you say that, but I'm asking you a question. What would select the Arabic forms?
I have no idea.
Okay, so it wouldn't be the same.
No, but I don't know from memory the Arabic forms. I can't answer the question.
No, they're different. The Arabic forms are different for the passive and for the active. So the question is, if you just had a gap there.
No, but that's besides the point. The point is that whatever you say is exactly reproducible with a gap and an intervener. So whatever you're
That depends on what assumptions you make about what's a gap.
Yes, that's the basis of the question.
Okay, so what's a gap?
It's an absent functional projection.
Okay, so how can an absence of functional projection determine the realization of something else?
Because it interrupts a constituent that can spell out.
Okay, so you're basically going to say that these forms in Arabic are the default because of the disruption.
Whatever you say, translating your by a gap, or that's what Karen said.
Yes, I mean, so this, I mean, this is what it's going to amount to. It's going to say it's the default, but the default is what we get, if anything, is what we get in Hebrew. And it's the same form. In Hebrew, I think you could say there's a break, maybe, because nothing selects the passive form. But I don't see this in Arabic.
We're just translating, saying the same as you with different technology. I'm not sure why.
No, it's possible, but I just don't understand what you mean by gap. I don't understand how a gap could. I mean, it's what I understood you to say is it's a gap, and as a result, the forms are not selected in their default. No, okay, so that's not what it means. What does it mean then?
That's like me saying, what does pi mean? And then what it means.
Pi is a terminal that has selection properties. I mean, if you're telling me that 0 is a terminal that has selection properties, I'm fine with that.
If you want to work out the detail, we can go on the whiteboard and do it slowly. But again, this is a completely needless argument. We can really do the same in different terms.
You know what the problem is? That's what you told me yesterday, and today you still didn't explain to me how it would work. So
well, you asked me to do it after the talk, so it's good.
Okay, but you're not showing me how it works. So showing how it works. Yeah, okay.
Why should realization selection care about intervention? This is not the case of syntactic intervention, because syntactic intervention works in a congruent way, so it works pretty much, let's say, on the other direction, but then realization selection is not that kind of syntactic selection because it works outwards. But then since it is not syntactic, why should it care about intervention? Do you have any ideas about
It's you have to define what you mean by realization selection. And you have to define what you mean by locality in general when we talk about allomorphs, for instance. So when we say, for instance, that X determines the shape of Y, if we say that, I don't know, destroy spells out as destruct in the context of TION and so on, what sort of relationship is that? I mean, it's not necessarily the same syntactic relationship as intervention in the sense of WH movement. No.
Right. So since it is not the same, why?
Are you going to talk to me about whether I have to change my vocabulary from intervention to disruption?
I'm just trying to understand what a realization selection is, because
realization selection means that particular item determines the phonological properties of things in its well-described locality.
My question is that this is sensitive to intervention, and this looks like syntactic intervention, but then this kind of realization is not really the kind of syntactic selection which is of the type head complement. So
no, it's not. Of course it's not. It's phonological selection.
Syntactic intervention. Why is it the case that why is it the case that realization selection here?
Okay, let's look at destruction again, okay? You can say that destroy selects TION and the TION selects destruct. Only one of these relationships would be syntactically well formed, right? The one that goes from the head to the complement. What's the other one?
But what does it mean to select upwards?
It's okay. I mean, that's what I say. You're talking. I mean, I said realization selection. That's, you know, I'm defining it as I'm defining it. I'm not. I really don't particularly understand these objections. You know, I can say X determines the realization of Y. If you don't like the word selection, I will omit the word selection. X determines the realization of Y. Okay, in the following domain. Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks again.
Okay.
At the end of the conference, I would like to thank everybody for their contributions to these 2 days and for inspiring talks and lively discussion. I hope you have a very safe trip home after this conference, and I hope to see you again in the near future for another conference. This was number 12 in the Brussels conferences on generative linguistics, and I hope we can go on for a long time. Okay.